Okie dokie.
For an exciting session.
Super intense nail biting action. Yeah, last time in Renascence, you guys were collecting yourselves in the aftermath of this big attack the day of the arraignment.
Collecting like we're not still broken.
About a week has passed since that day, and you guys had been invited to attend a strategic meeting with the Eastern Alliance. There was some heated conversations with the Green Wardens between Aloran and the leadership over there, having found out that Alexei had been suspended. But even so, he was also going to be attending this meeting, as was Gideon and a number of officials from Freeport and the neighboring cities of the Emerald Isles. So come the day of the meeting, you guys made your way down to Fort Franco, spent a decent amount of time checking in, and got to meet many visiting dignitaries from around the region. You also encountered a familiar face. Derek Lugo, the man that you freed from prison on Daggermore, was present and dressed in the colors of the Eastern Alliance Naval Intelligence Division. Turns out he is a spy and
Gasp!
had been undercover in the past few months, delivering such intelligence to the Eastern Alliance from Daggermore when he was captured. But in the course of this meeting, you guys, having met all of the ambassadors from the surrounding cities, were also able to meet the Admiral of the Navy, as well as some other important people, and got the breakdown on the Eastern Alliance's plan to tackle this problem. They were intent on pooling resources from every member state and every interested and capable party involved in the struggle with Lost Shirog. They called on you guys to present a little bit about what you know about Lost Shirog and his creatures. Derek Lugo, as well as a diviner with the Eastern Alliance Intelligence, also had presentations to make on Lost Shirog's goals as best as the Eastern Alliance understood them, the capabilities of these creatures and their origin as best as the Eastern Alliance knew them, and ultimately hoped to mobilize a united effort across the Emerald Coast to combat this, what they interpreted as a very clear declaration of war. Additionally, the Eastern Alliance also wanted to thank the Lost Emeralds and Alexei and Gideon for your part in saving Freeport by killing the giant fucking monster that crawled out of the harbor. You guys were given 100,000 gold pieces worth of claimable goods and services from the Eastern Alliance, as well as a second solar medal to add to our growing collection. After the meeting, the Admiral pulled you aside for a more private conversation to ask how you guys wanted to proceed. How did you guys want to involve yourselves in this effort, being that you were an independent adventuring party, highly capable, but not necessarily, enlisted or directly aligned with any of the major parties at play here. And you guys said that you were willing to help out wherever you could, although maybe not so much the storming of a gun fort and the killing of a whole bunch of other people. That seemed a little bit less up your alley, at least for now. We'll see. But
Some of our alleys, just not everyone.
Some of the parties, yeah. For the time being, though, you guys did say that you had some personal issues to attend to. Specifically, though you didn't necessarily share this, I know Noelle and Burberry were hoping to look into Burberry's situation in Hallovale. And with the aid of this additional privilege you were granted from the Eastern Alliance, the use of their teleportation circles, the trip is a much easier one to make now. You can do it in an afternoon. And I believe when we left off, you guys were poised to head out. You may have had left already. I don't remember.
You're about to leave, and you abruptly stop the session.
Yeah. I know for her part, Lauren had a very frustrating meeting with the steward of the Green Wardens. Did not hear quite what she was hoping to hear from them about the Warden's priorities and where they stood in light of this coming conflict. And she departed the city for parts unknown, the local wilderness, looking for some space. And Barnaby and John are somewhere in Freeport.
I'm building a bomb.
Yes.
That's right. Barnaby was working with the engineering corps.
John is doing absolutely nothing, so if you have something you need him to do, let him know.
Touche. So, are there any questions before we pick up?
Nothing here. Other than what time of day is it?
This would be probably like mid-afternoon, roughly. You guys would have been at that meeting for kind of the late morning lunch period. Let out. Lauren would have had her meeting, and you and Barney would have been gearing up, or you and Burberry would have been gearing up to leave around 3 o'clock-ish, somewhere in there.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. So, who wants to start?
I can start us off. I had an idea on the bag of holding bomb.
Okay.
So we stuff it full of gunpowder, right?
Sure. Very safe.
What I want to try and figure out how to do is make almost like a little lever to basically invert the bag from the inside out. So that way all the stuff spills, and then it makes a little spark to make it go boom.
Interesting. Kind of like a reverse plunger kind of situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I'll say go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
All right.
Or actually, we'll go Arcana. Why not Arcana? If you got proficiency in
All right.
Arcana, we'll use.
Is the mad scientist going to help him?
Yeah, I'll say this is a joint effort then.
Alright. I am not proficient with Arcana, but that is a nat 20.
I'm not proficient, but it's a nat 20. Okay, sure.
He's not proficient, but he stumbled on the answer.
I think that when you pitch this idea, there's definitely a moment of just like, what on earth are you talking about? And then you start drawing it out, and you very quickly, as you're just kind of scraping along the chalkboard, you draw this crowd of engineers who are just like, huh. Just all of their heads cocked at once, some of them taking notes. You step back and you're like this, right? And the head engineer is standing there just like, that might actually work.
It's so crazy, it might just work.
Yeah. And I would say that today at least, you guys would probably be able to get a decent amount of progress on this relatively simple mechanism.
Sure.
There's ample material at hand. It's just a question of putting it together.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'll be doing. Making a bomb.
Barnaby's got his bombshell, effectively, packed with a bag of holding. So,
Bomb of holding? Or is that a bag of bombing?
I think bag of bombing is better.
I like bag of bombing.
I'll call him Bob. That's the name of my invention.
A bag of sploding.
So here's the question for Barnaby, something that I need to put to him.
Yep.
With regards to the actual functionality of this bomb,
Yeah.
how big of an area of effect are you shooting for?
Well, it's a bag of holding, and I think Pete and I were talking about how much gunpowder that could hold. How much was that, Pete?
I don't remember. I didn't look at the thread.
It's
So
500
I
pounds,
did look at
right?
the thread, and they confirmed that it was essentially just one large barrel of gunpowder because of the weight limit.
It's 500 pounds, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So if it wasn't for the weight limit, then it would just be about the size. But because of the weight limit, it literally becomes the weight of the powder itself. So essentially, you have about one barrel, large barrel's worth of gunpowder.
It's a lot of gunpowder.
It is.
The problem is you also need it in some kind of confinement in order to explode instead of just burn.
Right, which is what the bag is for.
Except once the bag is inverted, is it still in confinement enough to explode?
I'm just glad that we haven't found C4 yet.
Because if it explodes inside the
Give it
bag,
time.
it's not going to do any damage to the outside. So
Right. I think the idea of Barnaby's machine is to push the explosion out of the bag, so that when it detonates, it actually explodes where you want it to.
Okay, but that's my thing is that once it gets pushed out of the bag, is it still confined enough to explode?
I'm going to say with a nat 20,
Sure.
Barnaby's mechanism will account for these considerations. My question for him is, how big of an area is this bomb supposed to affect? Because I was looking at the gunpowder listings in the DMG, right? A keg of gunpowder weighs 20 pounds and deals 76 fire damage.
So it's basically close to a fireball.
Right, but it's half the radius. It's a 10-foot
Yeah.
radius.
Yeah.
So if you
Oh.
want to keep it at a 10-foot radius and just stack, 190 whatever D6s into this bomb in one spot, go for it.
I mean, that does seem
but
like the more usefulness is have it detonate in a smaller area.
Yeah, but if you wanted it to cover a larger area, I would say you'd be spreading your damage out more. So
Yeah.
what's the effective range you're looking for on this thing?
I feel like realistically, going for a high amount of damage in a single spot is going to be better than all throughout. Go for the targeted areas, so to say.
Sure,
Go for weak points.
Makes sense.
that's fair.
So
Okay,
that's
so-
what I'm going to do.
Keep it to just kind of a shaped charge situation.
Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be a very, very high impact bomb.
Sounds
For
good to me.
the 10-foot radius that it affects. Okay. With that said, Barnaby is going to be occupied for most of the day. Who else has something they would like to do today?
I guess Barbara and I can get moving.
We do
Okay.
have a pretty long way to go, even if it's not going to take us very long to get there.
Just a minute. Cool. We'll step out of the restaurant, I guess, and I'll go into an alley and start drawing on the ground.
Sure.
Is this going to be used up whenever you're done?
Yes, this will go away when we step into it, after about 6 seconds.
Oh, alright. I mean, that would have been a very weird trip for some poor random strappers who got
Just some
stuck
guy
here,
walks
eh?
down here.
Some guy
Finds
just walks
himself
this thing
randomly.
alley and teleports into the fucking vault. Yeah.
No, it just should be us. But
Okay, good, because it would be really funny if we lost our privileges because of something silly like that.
sure. Yeah, we'll get to Hallovale, I guess.
Drawing from the sigil book you were given by the Eastern Alliance, it takes you a minute to draw this circle, and before long you have a nearly complete magic circle on the ground in front of you, waiting for the final glyph to activate.
All right. Step inside now.
As you put the final glyph down, the circle lights up, and you feel yourselves pulled inwards and pushed outwards as you are compressed and expanded in the space of a millisecond. And you find yourself standing suddenly in a very different space than this kind of shady alley outside the sandwich shop. You are in a dark, vaulted stone chamber. And all around you, you can see a handful of alcoves surrounding similar magic circles to the one you are currently standing in.
How is it that I suddenly have a deep understanding of how it feels to be one of those testicle toys my parents gave me as a kid?
You know, it occurs to me we probably shouldn't have done that right after eating. But
Roll a con save.
oh god. That's not bad. 15 total.
Alright, you're fine.
Oh no.
It's always a bad sign when I start laughing.
What do you roll?
Which one?
10.
That's okay.
You can taste it, but it doesn't come all the way out.
Oh,
There's that lurch.
Oh,
but
actually, you know
fight
what?
it back.
That's fine. It still tastes delicious.
It hasn't digested yet. Are there any guards around or people that are like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, as you guys are sort of stepping out and sort of gathering yourselves, you hear a door open up a sort of dark staircase off to your right, and you hear heavy footsteps down the stairs as multiple guards kind of pile down, shields and spears at the ready. One of them is shouting out, "Who goes there?" And as soon as they see you, like,
Hi.
Is that a pole arm in your hand, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh, for the love of...
who are you? Ready, their shields again.
Noelle with the Lost Emeralds, hi.
Burberry.
They just kind of look at each other, and one of them's like, "Oh, wait, no, I think I heard about those are the ones who, the thing down at the arraignment like last week." I'm like, oh shit, really?
I'll take out one of my solar medals. Just like, does this mean anything?
Oh, and they'll very quickly like kind of clap their chests as a short salute to it. Noelle, Burberry, hello.
Does this get the same response from all of you, or is this just in here specific?
They're kind of looking at each other. One of them will kind of step forward. The one who seems to have heard about you, this taller, kind of half-elven man, kind of like grizzled chin, under the helmet. And he says, "Yes, we heard that you were going to be attending a strategic meeting today, actually, in Freeport."
We just got out of that about an hour ago.
Good. We're expecting an update from the Admiral shortly here.
Sure.
Forgive me if I just take a look real quick as he sort of raises his hand and starts to kind of gesture as if to cast a spell. And you'll see his eyes flash for a moment, and he kind of looks you over and says, "Okay, all right. Well, no disguises, no illusions. We're all right. To the others, they kind of relax a little bit, and he says, "How did you get the sigil to the circle down here? Was that
Part of the meeting. Just got it. I got this booklet of sigils from the Eastern Alliance.
okay? Well, I mean,
Sorry about this. I know we probably should have called ahead, but I didn't know who to call, and I didn't want to have to do telephone game where I contact someone and they contact someone, and then so we just figured we'd show up. And if there is a name of someone who I should sending to before I show up here again, it'd be great to know.
I mean, if it was part of the meeting, I expect we'll be hearing about that later, soon. I hope. I mean, I'm not the point of contact for that sort of thing. I'm in charge of watching the circles. So, Corporal Lansing, actually, he'll extend a hand just to shake.
Lansing. Good to meet you.
No, I mean, if Naval Command gave you access to the circles, generally when that's happened, they kind of give people free reign to move as they need to. At least that's what I've heard. It's the first time I've actually met adventurers like this before. Gotta say, it's kind of cool. Did you guys really kill that thing?
Yes, we did.
We heard that thing had
who did the
3
majority
heads.
of the work aren't here, but we, the Lost Emeralds, did kill it.
Yes,
Sure,
it was
sure, yeah.
very impressive.
Did it have 3 heads? We heard it had 3 heads.
No.
No, just
Fucking
one.
told you. As he slaps a guy.
Actually, I'm not sure if it had any heads. It had, the head equivalent of a kangaroo.
What did it look like? One of them chimes in.
It's like a big worm with armor. I'm sorry to cut this off, but we are trying to get back to Freeport by late evening, and we have some stuff
Right,
to do.
I'm so
in
sorry.
town.
I didn't mean to keep you. I'm sorry. What brings you to Hallovale? I'm sure I could point you in the right direction.
We're trying to find the kind of look over Berber, the conclave, right?
Yeah, we would like to find the Hallovale Library / Conclave Outpost.
The East Diocese. Yeah, sure. Here, follow me, and he'll lead you up the stairs as he kind of pushes through the other guards who are just kind of God damn, they're the ones that killed it. They're talking amongst themselves with the whole,
Noelle's gonna get a message that says,
I don't know why they bother checking me for disguises. Nobody's actually ever seen my face.
And if I wanted to be disguised, I would have been. I'd also say to Berber, I always feel so weird answering that question. Did you kill the worm? Because I did fucking nothing. But
I mean, we got to watch.
we healed the people who did kill the worm. So
Yeah, I know a person who knows. Yeah, it's
Yeah. friend of a
I
friend.
know a guy who
Yeah.
helped the guy kill a guy. So you make your way up these stairs, and it's a pretty lengthy staircase, all told. But it is relatively, shallow grade. It's not a super steep. It's just kind of long, this kind of long descent down underground, and eventually you guys reach this landing, which is a pretty decently sized chamber that this tunnel opens up into. There's a heavy set of paired iron doors standing slightly ajar as the guards seem to have rushed in with the sound of something happening down in the chamber. And he'll just kind of push it open and usher you guys outside. And stepping out into a sudden sort of ray of sunshine, you find yourselves standing in a very idyllic sort of countryside vista. You are in the midst of a pretty sizable military fort. No walls that you can see, but it is, fenced and gated around the perimeter. There's lots and lots of warehouses around you, but outside of this, you are looking at these rolling green hills, replete with farmlands and patches of, I guess not super green at the moment. It's late January, so it would be idyllic if it wasn't, the middle of winter.
Right.
But no snow on the ground. It is sunny. You can see trees, most of them bare, but some evergreens kind of wafting in the wind, all around you, kind of growing up around the rivers that are kind of flowing through this area. And, in three directions, you can see mountains sort of ringing around this spot, this wide valley. On the east and west horizons, they're sort of stretching to the north and south of you. All the way south, you can see there are more. The mountains kind of bend and connect, in this distant end to the valley. And to the north, they sort of continue trailing off into the distance. But Lansing will lead you guys towards the gate of the compound. And as he walks you guys out, he occasionally gets waved at by, some soldiers and the like, but he just kind of waves them back. He's like, lost emeralds, I'll be right with you. It's the lost emeralds, guys. And he'll kind of keep going, and eventually you guys get out of the fort, through the gate, which is just kind of a wooden palisade set in a stone archway. And stepping out onto this well-trod dirt road, he points south, and in that direction, you can see kind of sprawling out around this fork in the river what looks to be a city. And in the midst of that city, kind of perched on a hill, there is this distant, kind of almost shining fortress or temple, this wide complex of stonework and towers, sort of rising up from the midst of the city. And as you're looking at it, you kind of squint for a moment because it's almost shining, and it feels like maybe this is the sun reflecting off of it, but the more you look, the more you start to feel like that is some other kind of light. It's purer, it's whiter, it's brighter than sun, almost shining up from the streets, kind of illuminating the buildings and almost washing out this settlement in the distance. Lansing points to this settlement. He says, so Hallovale is just up there, half a mile. You can kind of see it through the haze. The East Diocese Temple complex is on the hill at the center of the city. You can't miss it. I don't have a lot of business there myself, but I know they keep an archive. If that's what you're looking for, you'll find it there.
That's the goal.
Sure. Yeah. Well, should I expect you lot back later today then, since you're planning to head back to Freeport?
Ryan Peter, I don't think I need to come back for the I could just draw it on the ground. I don't think
Yeah, however you want to do it.
Is it that I don't use chalk if I use a circle that's already...
If the circle's already on the ground, you don't have to cast a spell.
Okay.
So you can save this slot, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I can save a slot. Interesting.
The circle is permanent once it's been cast for a year. So if there's a circle already out there, then you could just use it.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. Then yes, I think you'll see us back, and if you don't, I will let you know that plans changed.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, no worries if it doesn't happen today. This is my posting, right? So if I see you, I'll see you, and if I don't, then hopefully you're all right.
This posting is horribly dull until it's very suddenly not.
Hallovale's nice, honestly. It's not a bad spot. We do a lot of training, new recruits around here, and Conclave is great to have around, honestly. Although it's kind of hard to get to sleep at night unless you've got some good shutters on your windows. So,
right. It looks like this place would be beautiful in like 3 or 4 months.
Oh, spring's gorgeous. Absolutely, yeah. It's a lovely place.
Maybe we can come back here then.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know. It's a bit bright for my liking.
oh, right. Yes, well, we'll see. But thank you anyway. We'll be on our way.
Sure. Good luck. And he'll wave you off and head
What was
back
his
in the gates.
name again?
Corporal Lansing.
Lance.
Oh, Lance.
Oh yeah, what was the? It was the East something.
Oh shit! I have to add a whole section.
This building.
The East Diocese is what they said.
Dias.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you for his name in a second. I have to edit my sheet.
Sure.
I'll ask you how to spell diocese.
Diocese.
Half a mile. I suppose we will.
Yeah.
We will walk.
Okay.
Not a long walk, not a hard walk. This is a well-trod, packed dirt road. And thankfully, it does not seem to have snowed recently. There's no mud, there's no traces of ice really on the ground. It's dry, it's easy walking, and you pass a handful of carts on the road too as you make your way down. The locals just kind of give you a nice wave as you're making your trip. And eventually, you will sort of start reaching proper civilization. You're passing all this like kind of cordoned off farmland. You're starting to see clusters of buildings, small neighborhoods that are slowly starting to sort of congeal into the larger body of Hallovale itself. And before long, there is flagstone under your feet. There are voices all around you as people go about their business. It is a substantially smaller city than Freeport. Freeport is big and dense. Hallovale is big, but it is spread out. And I think there's a part of you that's probably grateful for, the space in the streets as you make your way kind of deeper into the city, and how much easier it is to kind of just enjoy a leisurely stroll without having to, weave through crowds of people. There's, vendors at stalls and street carts selling fresh produce and pickled produce and so on, and, hot cooked food. You pass bookstores and cafes. It seems like a very scenic little town. Until you hit the first major courtyard on this main thoroughfare. And even before you reach it, you can tell you're coming upon something because that light you could see in the distance is growing brighter, shining up from the ground, it would seem. And as you step, around this corner into this wide open courtyard, you can see sort of the shadows of people being cast up into the air through this massive aura of light that is shining up out of the ground. And stepping forward, you can see the light is pouring out of this enormous magic circle. These concentric rings of glyphs and arcane shapes that have been carved into the hard stone of the plaza. Each line and each rune is shining with the brightest, clearest white light. And you're stricken by it because you've seen this once before. Outside the chapel on Mooring, on Montibon, there was a circle much like this one. And it dawns on you as you look up from this circle and look around the air around the city as you count not just the one, but several shafts of this brilliant, pure light shining up from amidst the city. Hallovale is riddled with these planar anchors. They're everywhere. but you're not at the diocese yet. So carrying on.
It's
Past
very
this
bright.
plaza,
Yes. I didn't think
So
it was going to be
bright.
like this.
Don't like it.
the darkest point in the sky is literally like directly over your head as you are sort of like, shading
Right.
the air above you from this light.
How is it that the sun is the least bright thing in the sky right now?
Welcome to heaven.
Ah!
This isn't so
As you
bad.
continue down this thoroughfare, you pass 2 more of these plazas on your walk. And you can see as you kind of reach the 3rd plaza that you are definitely approaching the heart of the city. You can see kind of this main cross street that kind of curves around, and not too far off from that plaza, you can see another shaft of this light shining up, indicating another anchor very close by. But sticking to your route, continuing forward, the ground begins to sort of slope upwards. The buildings kind of climbing with you as you continue, and before long, you are approaching this sort of circle of evergreen trees that sort of form a natural wall around the heart of Hallovale. And over the street, there is sort of a decorative stone archway that has been erected. And at its peak, there is the 8-pointed star, the emblem of the conclave, carved in brilliant white marble. You don't see any guards, but passing through the archway, there is a marked change in the atmosphere of this place. You go from kind of a lively and vibrant city to this suddenly very quiet, very reflective, natural space. Open lawns and orderly clusters of trees kind of sprawl out on either side of you, and kind of rising up from their midst as you continue onward, you see these beautiful temples, these long cloistered courtyards, and find yourself stepping into the midst of the heart of the Syncretic Conclave's work here in the Emerald Coast. Before long, as you kind of wind along this road, kind of making your way further up this hill, you do reach a sort of plaza. And from here, I should say from the archway to this point, you had not really seen a whole lot of people. You maybe passed one person making their way back down from the Temple Hill, but at this plaza, you can definitely see that there are numerous people sort of milling about, going about their day. Many of them garbed in robes not too dissimilar to Burberry's. Robes of the Conclave, markings of their station sort of emblazoned either on their tabards or on pendants hanging from their necks by these silver chains. And Burberry, I think, as you kind of step into this space, there's a handful of these people who pass close to the two of you and kind of give you a friendly nod, brother, as they walk by you. And I think for the first time
I blend
in
in.
a
It's beautiful.
long time, you find yourself on Conclave grounds. It's the Temple of Viridia in Freeport is definitely a beautiful and old and reverent space, but this feels like the Conclave you grew up with. Memories of your tutelage.
Hey,
are
Noel.
flooding back in.
how's your insight there?
Passive insight? Oh Jesus. Noel's passive insight is 17.
Oh wow,
Better than I expected
that's
it to be.
impressive. Yeah. So Burberry seems like very mildly tense.
Mildly
Like
tense.
it's a weird mixed bag. Because it's like there's a little tension in there, but he's like also kind of relieved at the same time.
Yeah. I think Noel would put a hand on their shoulder and just say, "Hey, you did tell someone, right? I feel like that happened."
Oh no, they know about that.
Right. Well, they know who you are, and they know what happened.
So you'll get a whisper that says,
Okay, so yes, they know about the kobold thing, but they don't know about the why. Or at least the things leading up to the why. Like, they know about the I'm not really supposed to look for other patrons, but it's so much fun, Noel.
I'm not one to blame you. I mean, had you not looked for other patrons, things might have gone worse with Coron, given that they were holding him back.
It's true, although it could be argued that if they didn't do that, I wouldn't have had Coron in the first place.
We could go back and forth all day, I think, but we should probably... we gotta start by talking to someone, right?
Yes. I'm not sure if he'll be free, so I thought we could make an appointment. But I'm not. Brother?
and he like flags down a window.
Sure. And yeah, one of the priests kind of crossing the courtyard, just carrying a armful of scrolls under his elbow. Just, brother, afternoon. What brings you and your friend to the East Diocese today?
Good afternoon. We actually need to make an appointment with Cardinal Tarian.
The Cardinal.
Oh, please
Sure.
don't tell me that you're somehow the Cardinal and I'm just very dumb.
No. I'm just an archivist. He'll point across the plaza towards this large, beautifully constructed marble dome building, and he says, "Last I saw him, actually, he was in the Hall of Shrines. But if he's not there, he might be at the Crystal Tower. You're coming at an interesting time, actually. Might I ask, where are you journeying from? Are you local?"
No, we're actually coming by from Freeport.
So you have heard, then. I hope you've heard. There's been quite a lot going on.
You know what?
of
I
late.
can't believe this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yes, I have heard of it. Hi, I'm Burberry.
Good to meet you, Burberry, as he shakes your hand. Does not seem to register with this guy, that name. He just kind of takes it and carries on.
That's okay. It's Burr.
Yeah.
He's just rocking it right
Totally fine.
And also Burberry probably didn't extend a hand because it's still very weird whenever people shake it and it's very small.
He takes your hand and shakes it and doesn't make any comment on nothing. Like, there's no real expression on his face at the sound of the name. It just he says, "Good to meet you, Burberry." Yes, well, I'm sure you've heard then, the Conclave has been working for some time now with the East Diocese, or with the East Alliance, excuse me.
I would hope they've been working with the East Diocese.
Yes, I would hope so. This being what we do here. Yeah, no, the Eastern Alliance, there's been some unseemly business with fiends, as we understand it. some enemies of the Alliance are currently in the business of conjuring these things to attack innocent people. So we are, pulling records, and he'll kind of pat the scrolls under his arm. Anything we can find in the archives, the Cardinal wanted to see it, so...
I heard about the elementals, but the fiends thing is new.
That's the Leviathan, the big one.
Oh,
big
so that
scale.
actually qualifies as a thing. Okay, sorry.
That
Yeah, because
thing-
it was
yeah.
like black ichors.
That thing is a fiend.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And here I thought it was a monstrosity, like a basic.
How could you be so dim? No, it is a fiend. Your first clue would have been when Alexi and the Warden showed up to dredge a shard of its shell out of the harbor near Farrell. Alexi had some suspicions, and as you continue talking to this archivist, he actually tells you, it's like, yes, actually, we had the Wardens pull pieces of this thing out of the waters around the Emerald Sea. They've been finding these things left and right. We had a couple, actually, that we've been looking at, but
Wow.
I know that they've been looking at some down at their keep in Freeport too. So it's been a lot of back and forth, kind of a joint effort.
You guys have
Hopefully
been
we
busy.
can put this all to rest soon. What was that?
I said you have been busy.
Yeah, yes. Well, I don't want to keep you too long. I do need to drop these off. The Cardinal, if you need to find him, I'd check Shrine first, maybe the Crystal Tower, and if not there, then he'll definitely be at the Little Palace. But I have to go, so
All right, we'll start our journey
I
there.
hope everything works out. Of course.
Thank you.
Good to see you. And he'll continue on his way across the plaza.
All right, we'll go as instructed.
Sure. So heading for the large domed building, you find yourself stepping into this enormous space. There is a singular oculus kind of opening up at the apex of the dome, kind of letting sunlight into the chamber. It's sort of the only source of natural light in here. And this beam of light sort of shines down on a 20 to 25 foot tall marble statue of this tall, heroic figure, arm outstretched, kind of garbed in these long flowing robes, chiseled features. You would probably both honestly recognize this immediately as Kalal, the first of the new gods. And all around the base of that statue, standing about half his height, kind of circling the interior of this domed chamber, you see numerous shrines with sort of corresponding marble statues, much smaller in stature, set up around him. And at just a quick glance, you'd guess there is probably one for each god of the pantheon in here. There is enough space open directly ahead of you, no shrine necessarily there, that you could directly approach the statue of Kalal. There's some steps that kind of lead up to a small altar with some flames kind of lit at the base of it. But the shrines all the way around on, his left and right kind of reach around to the back and just otherwise enclose him completely. And you can see inside there are a handful of folk, both priests and what look to be commoners, who have sort of congregated here and are sort of either standing or kneeling in front of the various shrines in prayer. But directly ahead of you, at the foot of the statue of Kalal, you do see two figures who sort of stand out from the rest. One is an older, would look human, with his long, sort of wavy, dark hair and thick beard, if not for the pointed ears sort of protruding out from between his hair, his locks. He's dressed in these sort of heavy, flowing black and white robes with numerous chains around his neck, each sort of coming to a point as it holds up this pendant, various amulets that he's wearing, and he is currently in conversation with a black dragonborn man who is dressed similarly, although he wears substantially fewer of these amulets. And they are both sort of steeped in conversation at the foot of the statue. And just kind of judging from their garb, they definitely look like the two most highly ranked officials of the conclave in this chamber.
I feel like we'd wait a second to see if their conversation moves toward a conclusion.
You hear Burr talking to himself like, be calm, don't just go in there. Yes, I know.
Barry, you control the feet today.
I wish. Unfortunately, if I'm going to control the feet, I have to go find a bathroom.
Wait, isn't Barry the bottom today?
I wish it was the... No, wait. No, I wanted him to be on top. No.
I think you watch these two conversing, kind of standing in the threshold of the temple, and after a couple minutes, you see the Dragonborn man kind of glance over towards you two, and he'll just kind of like put a hand on the bearded elf's shoulder and just kind of hold up a finger like for one moment, and he'll step down from the altar and begin to approach you two. Welcome to the Hall of Shrines. Please, I am head priest Prexolandus Shimorn.
Oh God.
Those dragonborns.
You know what I'm about to ask, please.
These fucking Dragonborn.
I mean, Praxalaxis is kind of a cool name.
Prexolandus.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. It took me a second to I was like, how do you say this one?
Why do you do this to us? And more importantly, why do you do this to yourself?
Look, the generator says what it says. I am merely the vessel for its...
You know, one of these days, Putt's gonna get tired of going to the generator. I am Colonel Smokey the Dragon.
That's how Billy got his name.
Could you post the spelling in the chat, please? Because
Yeah,
I feel like I'm gonna meet a lot of people, and I can't. Oh, also, how did you Colonel? What was him from the guy
Lansing.
who? Lansing, thank
Corporal,
I assume
Corporal
is-
Lansing.
Corporal Lansing, I assume, is spelled how it sounds.
Yes.
Because yeah, I am taking notes on these people, and it helps if I have.
Praxalandus.
Jesus.
I mean, it's still kind of a cool name. Hi.
No, I mean it's a great name, but my God.
Hi. We were sorry, introductions. My name is Noel. This is my friend Berber. We were hoping to have an audience with Cardinal Tarian, possibly today.
You're here for the Cardinal. I see. He'll turn back towards the bearded elf, and you will see this fellow begin to approach you all. Well, you've found him, as Praxalandus gestures to the elf, and you see the fellow bow his head to both of you. Says, Cardinal Tarian Vance, head of these dioceses.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
What brings you to Hallovale?
That would be me. Hi, my name is Burberry.
You will see both of them react to that name as they just kind of shoot each other a look out of the corners of their eye before Tarian smiles and nods. We've been expecting you, Burberry. It's good to
Yes.
finally meet you.
Very nice to meet both of you as well. Sorry it took me so long. We got a bit distracted with stuff.
It's been a busy few months.
Of course. I am given to understand that you all were involved in some ugly business down in Freeport this past week.
It was certainly ugly.
Yes, that was us.
Glad to see that you got out in one piece. As I'm sure Freeport is grateful as well.
Yes, though we actually aren't here well, we're partially here in regards to that, but there's another matter that I was hoping to discuss.
I assume this is regarding the matter that we were alerted to from... Her name escapes me. I feel terrible. Our sister on mooring.
Yes,
Yes,
I found a book you wrote notations in, and I was wondering if you continued your research.
I think this is probably not the place for that sort of discussion. Why don't you follow me? Shimon, we can continue this later, I'm sure. And you'll see the Dragonborn nod. It's like, of course, sir. He will just sort of back off, and you'll see Cardinal Terrian kind of lead you guys out of the temple. And he'll say, if you don't mind, actually, I haven't had lunch yet.
I am always hungry.
Good to hear. We can head back to the little palace and talk.
Perfect.
Follow me. And he will lead you guys across the courtyard towards this sort of multi-storied, long, very, genuinely, it is sort of a palladial-looking building. Although maybe a little smaller than you would expect a palace. So about the size of, say, like the Green Keep in Freeport. Although there are definitely enough sort of decorative flourishes along the side of the building, you would expect this to be probably, a very, very, very wealthy person's home if it was, a singular estate. But you see, priests and other conclave personnel sort of milling in and out of this building. And as he kind of leads you up the steps, Tyrion says, this is the beating heart of the conclave on the Emerald Coast. Mind your steps. It's a little crowded in here these days. And kind of stepping into the foyer, there are all of these tables and workspaces that have been sort of like impromptually set up in this grand foyer with the staircases on the far side. You can see conclave personnel kind of sifting through scrolls, paging over documents, taking notes. It's a buzz with activity in here. And as you guys all walk by, everyone kind of at work in here kind of stops to acknowledge the cardinal as he passes by, and he nods to them in turn, and he'll kind of lead you up to the second floor and into this one wing, and things start to kind of quiet down as you kind of head deeper into this building. And he will sort of lead you into this large sort of drawing room. There's a handful of folk at work in here, again, poring over scrolls, looking over documents, and quietly kind of sharing findings as you walk in. All of them sort of nod, acknowledge, and seeing that the cardinal has guests, one of them almost gets up as if to leave, but the cardinal just kind of waves his hand. He's like, it's all right. Stick with it. And he'll lead you guys over to one side of the room and kind of sit down at a table and gesture for you both to take chairs and say, so what are we in the mood for today? As he kind of reaches over and opens a cabinet door next to the table, starts rummaging around.
Something light. We actually ate not too long ago, at least for me. I can't speak for my friend here.
Of course. Anything to drink? Coffee? Tea?
Tea sounds nice.
Tea sounds very good.
Start with tea. He'll very quickly withdraw his hand, and he already has like 2 little tea saucers with little porcelain teacups on them, and he'll kind of just set them all down on the table. You find they are already steaming with a full cup of tea inside. As he reaches back into the cabinet, he pulls out another plate, this one with what looks like a stacked Reuben sandwich, a full pickle, some crisps. Kind of sets that down in front of himself and looks to Burberry. He's like, you said you were hungry?
Yes. Anything with rice or salad or fish or meat, pretty much anything really.
I have something here. As he pulls out his hand with a large bowl that has a mound of white rice under a fried fish and what looks to be some stewed meat in a gravy next to it.
Ooh.
Wow.
He'll just close the cabinet with that and turn back to his sandwich. So, where to start? And before we get into that, because I know that's going to be a conversation,
There.
I do want to check in with the rest of the party. Is there anything anybody is looking to do today? I know Barnaby is currently occupied with his engineering at the engineering corps. Anything from John or Lauren?
Lauren is just destroying shit in a forest. She flew away into the forest and is destroying shit.
Just breaking things.
Yep.
Okay.
And then she's gonna do something later that night. But
At night?
Yep.
Okay. We can get to that.
so nothing really.
Nothing for now. Got it. Okay. Cutting back to Burberry and Noel. The cardinal, as he takes a bite of his sandwich.
Well, I would say maybe we should start with, rather than having to maybe re-explain things, what do you know? What would you suspect we are here to talk?
Excuse me. Well, when we last heard of you and your party, Noel, we were informed by some mutual friends. So he kind of looks knowingly at Burberry. That there was a situation regarding your personage that you were looking to have addressed at some point. I am given to understand that this was an affliction that befell you in the past few years.
Affliction is one word for it, yes.
Like, and Burberry's just snarfing down.
Sure. In the course of this conversation, I did ask some follow-up questions as to how perhaps you may have befallen this particular affliction, and I was told that you requested that you be given leave to explain that situation yourself, to which I did not press any further. Though I will say, following that conversation, I did reach out to some of the other cardinals across the conclave to see if maybe they had some insight they could share as to your particular situation. And I did learn a little bit about your disappearance.
Burberry very suddenly stops eating.
He will kind of hold up a hand. Say, I'm certainly not here to impose any sort of punitive damages, Burberry. There was significant concern back at the seminary after you vanished, but they were very relieved to hear that you are alive and relatively unscathed. I suppose at this point, in the interest of finishing my sandwich, I should yield the floor so that you might maybe shed some light on what happened.
Well,
like it's a little bit too little too late, like trying to wipe off the bottom of his mask, which now has soup all over it.
Sure.
One of the things that I found fascinating was studying lesser known deities.
Your proclivity for questions was mentioned over the course of that conversation. Continue.
And well, for lack of a better word, I managed to contact one.
I see.
Or maybe one managed to contact me. And at first there wasn't really much of an issue, but the requests that were made, they weren't good. And so I decided to stop my prayer, and it backfired horribly.
And this resulted in... I'll just kind of gesture towards you vaguely.
Yes. That being said, you said no punitive issues, right?
That was not my intent when I heard about the situation.
Okay, well, that being said, I am in contact with a few more, but they've actually been helping,
He does kind of cock his head a little bit. Pivots in his chair. Just ever so slightly. As he takes another bite of his sandwich.
and they've been very, very helpful and they're not well known, obviously, because they're not one of the, they don't have the large statues and dedications, but they did shield me from any worse repercussions until until about a couple of weeks, months. How long ago?
Couple months ago?
Couple months.
A couple of months ago, and then it all went to hell. Well, not literal hell. That's a very different place.
It was
With
pretty
shit.
close.
Well, there are several.
And in addition to that, sorry, there's more. I may or may not have accidentally fabricated one.
Fabricated one.
Guarded. Later deity.
And he's like you can see because he doesn't have the bottom portion of his mask, you can see, like, you know those awkward smiles where your teeth are like hard shut like I'm forcing this.
Oh. Sure.
Yeah, that one.
You know how whenever your faith in something is great,
Mm-hmm.
you can be contacted by your patron.
I am familiar with the dynamic, yes.
Well, so when I contact my patron, I see them all together, and there was I was trying to distract some people, but I didn't want to commit blasphemy by saying mean things, boring things about gods that actually exist, so I made up some gods to put in this sermon, and now they're in my patron's face? Either that or I am very, very sick in the brain.
Arian is just whole-handed, just running his fingers through his beard, like wide-eyed, just kind of staring at you as you said all this. Uh-huh.
So I was actually wanting to see if there was any kind of text on that while I was here.
Text on God making.
I don't. Just wasn't covered in the handbook. Like.
No.
The pamphlet doesn't go over
No,
that
it's
part.
not. That's significant. When you saw them, you saw them, like
Yes.
in their as part of a communion.
Yes.
What did they look like?
Socks. Well, a pair of socks. I don't know if they were both left or right, and Barry's telling me that doesn't matter. But 2 socks, yes.
Is this the only one you've made up that you've seen as socks?
The two I made up. There were 2.
2, and both were socks.
Both were socks.
Uh-huh.
As I said, either this is really weird or I'm really got head problems.
How many of these minor spiritual beings would you say are in your retinue, shall we say, at this point?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6.
6.
As well, I haven't contacted them recently, but as of last time, 6.
And you've been drawing on them consistently for aid, for strength, for feats of divine doings, as we do.
Well, my main squeezes are 2, but I do get a little bit from the other. Well, or at least the other 2. Again, I'm not sure about the socks.
Well, I would hazard a guess there's a very strong possibility that they are, in fact, real, divine socks.
Remember, your backstory is weird.
I can't. It's not my fault. I didn't pick socks. That was planned.
He continues to stroke his beard thoughtfully, and he says,
The real reason we haven't gone into it until now.
the fact that you made them up is certainly telling. How long ago did you
Uh,
first make these two up?
half a year?
Early last fall, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. It feels like about a year and 3 months ago.
Fair. Honestly, Burberry, and again, this is not. I want to help your situation. You are not the first to have run afoul of a rogue entity from out there. I'm sure you won't be the last. Just obviously take this as a, lesson in why we do things the way that we do. But the fact that you have apparently manifested two beings whole cloth of your own invention, that is an odd and rare gift, and I think it perhaps might shed some light on exactly what this other entity is getting out of you, truth be told. And backing up, did you tell the Conclave about Coron's name? Did you give them that information?
Just the name, nothing else.
Right. This Coron then, who has afflicted you in this fashion. Are you familiar with the concept of a herald, Burberry?
I believe so. A herald is one who foreshadows or foretells coming things.
In layman's terms, yes. There is a more specific definition I'm looking for, and this may not have been covered by the time you left. There are those among our kind, mortal kind, who have a particularly strong connection with the outer planes, with fundamental energies. Good and evil and law and chaos, these things spring from them in abundance. And resultantly, they are prized by outsiders, gods, fiends, and worse things besides. Value heralds for this potency. The devotion of one person of this caliber is worth a congregation, sometimes cities, worth small kingdoms, in rare cases. These are powerful people, valuable people to the gods, right? The thought had crossed my mind, but this feat I feel almost confirms that you may be in this rather rarefied company, Burberry. You have an affinity for the divine that few can attest to, can ever hope to achieve. And if that is the case, well, Koron would have every reason, I think, to dig in and refuse to let go. You would be a valuable asset in that case. You would be able to offer him strength and power and devotion beyond anything he may yet have achieved on his own thus far.
If I may ask if I can ask a relatively dumb question, if my devotion to him is so important, why does he seem intent on, upsetting me? Upsetting me, pissing me off, making things not good.
How would you characterize Beazel? He's a war god.
True.
True. I would not necessarily call him an even-tempered fellow in the few times that I have communed with him. He's not terribly talkative either. But he draws his strength from conflict. He is empowered by virtues of bravery, of great deed, strength. If you look at Danmi, she is a thing of darkness, of concealment, of secrecy, of safety. The divine are difficult to pin down because they are so varied in their being. But the things that they stand for, the things they espouse, are things that compose them, that make them who they are. And I say that in a very, very literal sense. Beazel is made of strength. He is made of combat. Danmi is made of secrecy. She is made of concealment. Koron, from what little I have read of him thus far, strikes me as a pernicious, self-absorbed, and self-hating figure. And I expect he conducts himself in such a way as to inspire similar thoughts in his subjects.
Out
See,
of character.
kind of tentatively gestures towards you, Burberry.
Out of character, Plet, that's badass. A plus. In character, fuck you.
I will confess, given what I have read of him and what you have described in our delayed correspondence, I am somewhat surprised to hear that this is a celestial being. I would not be surprised at all to hear this sort of behavior out of something fiendish or even something of an elemental disposition, which to me says, if he is in fact an Empyrean, there is likely something deeper to his character. What I could not say without further investigation myself, and honestly, after seeing what has been written of him at the few orreries that have records, He does not strike me as one I wish to contact.
I would not recommend it.
You are living proof of that.
Yeah, I have admittedly. Normally, I'm very open with the gods that I have discovered. I try not to. I don't want anybody else to deal with this.
Of course not. Case in point, you have a small menagerie of these minor spiritual beings following you. I think that's another point in favor of the Herald theory, if I may say so.
This might seem a little out of place. Would you like a copy of my notes on them?
Yes, please, actually. If you
Gregory's
have copies.
Gregory's actually been writing this, so yes, he does have a copy.
Sure, yeah. Tyrion will very, very readily take that and just stow that in his robe. We'll have a look at those myself before I hand them over to the archives. I don't want to beat a dead horse, Burberry. Can I just say at least that I hope that you maybe see why the Conclave is as guarded and careful with our dealings with the unknown out there as we are.
While I certainly understand it, it is still a little, it does close off the option of finding new ones, both good and not so much.
Well, quickly, yes.
But
The orreries look into these things day in and day out. We are always on the lookout for anyone who could be of help. The collapse is still going on out there, and we need all the support we can get.
How? I'm afraid I didn't get that far into schooling. How does one become an orrery? And should I avoid it like the plague, given this?
I think I think if you would like to apply to work at one of the orreries, there will probably need to be some safety courses before we okay that particular assignment. But
My brain just went to those German safety videos. No, Klaus, no!
But to become an Arcanist for the Court of Stars is absolutely a viable career path. Even given your present situation. In fact, I would argue possibly because of your situation, you would know better than anyone just how close to ruin a stray communion can take you.
Maybe I should be the one giving safety courses.
In time, you might be. But I digress. Regarding the Court of Stars, it would simply be a question of finishing your seminary and making the proper applications.
Like the idea that I finish the campaign and then I go back to school.
Burberry ran away before he finished, so yeah.
I mean, complete the character.
No, I know it's just like from a cinematic standpoint, it's funny.
Yeah.
It's a full circle.
Burberry helped the Lost Emeralds slay the Leviathan. He then went back to college and finished his degree in theology.
Title card at the end of the episode. Noel would interject here. I would say, I feel like this is probably where the conversation was already heading, but I would as interesting as this all is, part of why we came here today was to start to get an understanding of how we might address the issue that Burberry faces right now.
Right. Well, it's not an easy situation you're in, Burberry. It is significantly easier to avoid a god's ire than it is to try to assuage it after the fact, as I'm sure you understand. There have been enough cases over the centuries that we have a pretty good idea. We can make some decent guesses as to what exactly is going on. You are afflicted by the will of this Quran, and traditional healing, curse breaking, and the like has thus far failed. Which to me says this is not simply a one and done fuck you, if I may say so. This is
I appreciate your candor.
a sustained effort. Kind of scratch his beard again, run a hand through his hair, and he says, "This is Quran closing a hand around you and refusing to let go. Now, given that he is not conjuncted with Varagos, he is only able, really, to influence those to whom he can draw close in some fashion, to form a direct contact with. Which is to our benefit, with Biezel out on the hunt, Coron on the run. There is very little likelihood of him being able to close distance with you again and harm you or anyone around you any further. But that does not mean that he has been compelled to release you just quite yet. You are still claimed, shall we say. Now, there are a few ways to go about breaking such a hold. The most clear and direct one, which we know for sure works, we've seen it, is to kill Koran. You kill the source of a divine affliction, and the affliction fades. We saw it in the Sixth Incursion, we saw it at the Calling of Eldegost. We know this works. That is not quite so easy as said, or quite so easily done as it is said, but it is the most direct option. On our end of things, as far as what we are capable of doing, we could attempt to trick Koron into releasing his hold on you. This is not a safe or advisable thing to do, but it is an option on the table. He, if we are successful, will not be happy about being tricked. I am sure he would attempt to lash out, and we would need to take every precaution to ensure he would not be able to do so.
If
I would...
speaking plainly, I fucked up. I don't want to risk anybody else's life over me.
Of course. As I was saying, I would not advise this course of action myself, but to provide you with the best understanding of the situation as I can. That is an option. Third off, and what I believe is probably our best option, is to convince Koron that maintaining this grip, continuing to impose his will actively on this situation, is no longer worth the effort. This can be done by taxing his power in some fashion or another, force him to withdraw all that he can back into himself in order to address whatever it is he has to deal with. Alternatively, we find what it is exactly that he has an interest in you about and do something about it. Make it so that you're not worth holding on to anymore. And given what you told me today, I think we have a pretty good idea of what that might be.
So what would that approach look like exactly?
Well, it's a ritual. It is one that the Conclave devised about 2.5 centuries ago. And to summarize, it is about capping, sealing the font of unrestrained fundamental energy that a herald like Burberry is constantly putting out into the world that draws beings like Koron to him. It's not an easy thing to do, and it's not without cost. I've heard tell of some of what your friends, the Lost Emeralds, did during the attack in Freeport. And I'll be honest, I have a hard time reconciling what I heard with the notion that you are a seminary dropout, Burberry. It is uncommonly rare for a cleric of your caliber to just break out into the world and appear like this.
Well, to be fair, the odds of pretty much everything that's happened in my general direction is very, very low, yet here we are!
Well, I say this as a word of caution, because I feel perhaps it may be connected to this capacity you have, this connection with the Outer Planes. You may not come out of this process quite as capable as you are now, with the capacity for growth that you have right now. I cannot speak to specifics because from everything I have read on this process, it varies greatly from individual to individual, but...
Are you saying basically there's the possibility that I might lose connection to all of my patrons?
Well, your ability to draw as readily as you do would certainly not be there anymore. You may have to do
be
things...
stuck at level 3 forever!
You may have to do things the old-fashioned way from there on out.
I mean, to be fair, I have been doing things the old-fashioned way for a long time before this all started. And hey, you know what? At least there's an easy ritual. I thought it was going to be difficult, like having to change the way I treat myself.
Well,
You did not say it was easy.
it is not. I did not say. Noel's right. I did not say it was easy. It is. It is a somewhat arduous process. There is some very literal soul searching involved. That from the limited accounts available, it is not an altogether pleasant experience.
Wait, so it actually is going to be. Oh, shit.
Would the ritual itself put any of Berber's friends in danger?
Not unless they wanted to help.
But if it succeeded, they would be one again.
Well, if we're successful and we are able to close this connection, Burberry is no longer a valuable asset to Quran in the way that he likely is right now. The operative theory here is that, lacking anything to gain from continuing to harass and torture you, Burberry, Coron's attention will likely shift elsewhere. He will stop caring and stop investing power in you because there is nothing to gain from it. I can't guarantee when that will happen, but it is certainly more likely in this instance than not to happen, and once it does, then the option of fixing this ourselves becomes possible.
I see. Guess I just look over Burberry.
Burberry's sitting quietly, but you can hear frantic tapping going on.
Cardinal Tarian will give you the moment and grab the other half of his sandwich and start eating it. Kind of dab his beard for crumbs. I understand that this is I understand that this is a lot to think about, so I don't expect an answer right now or today. Even if you need to think about it, by all means, take the time that you need. And he'll gesture, kind of wave the sandwich. If you need to read up on it yourself, there's ample material at the Athenaeum, just across the way. Just take a left off the main plaza out front of the Hall of Shrines. You can't miss it.
I think we saw it.
Well, either way, I think it would be too early to make a decision, at least for now, considering the whole,
And he kind of like glances.
almost possible end of the world situation.
Right.
Everyone in the room is well aware. Boldenil updated me earlier today.
So perhaps I should think on it until after we possibly deal with that situation, because if it does, if it is going to hobble me, I would rather it hobble me before I finish the race.
Sure. That's a perfectly understandable conclusion. And I don't fault you for it. Set the sandwich down, and he'll say, if, I suppose turning focus to this present situation. If there is anything that the Conclave can assist your group with, Burberry, Noel, then please do not hesitate to let us know. We are committed to this effort, whatever it takes.
We need you guys for something. We know we can lean on you.
Good.
And thank you very much for this information.
Sorry to drop in unannounced. I wasn't sure how to contact.
Of course. No, it's perfectly fine. I understand that this is not exactly an easy thing to confess.
Well, on the upside, I've lost like half the weight. Constantly. Forever.
For the time being. If you do decide to follow up on this avenue, if I'm not available, Castellan Lack, Flamebreaker, he runs the little palace here.
Flack?
Wait, not Windbreaker.
Lack,
Windbreaker.
L-A-K,
What's the last name?
Flamebreaker.
There we go.
So the word breaker was there. All right, I feel slightly less weird.
And he is he the
You could think of him as the VP around here, the Secretary of the Interior, shall we say, of the East Diocese. He handles the day-to-day here in Hallovale.
Got it.
Actually, hey, he'll kind of wave to the other side of the room. Could somebody track Lack down for me? And one of the priests at the far side of the room will be like, yes, sir, and he'll out the door. Just so that you guys can actually meet. If you can you send?
Yes.
We both can.
Oh, good. Okay, so both of you could. Good. So, if I'm not readily available, contact Lack. He'll be able to facilitate whatever you need setting up. You guys met Shimorn back at the shrine. If for whatever reason Lack isn't available, Shimorn is also an excellent resource. Very, very reliable fellow. Highly recommend. Anything you need, let him know. You see him kind of hesitating, and then kind of he goes a little bit red in the face, almost as if the thought of something has embarrassed him. He says, I suppose I should also probably mention Arcanist Shiastra Evandream is in charge of the orrery here at the Crystal Tower. She is a personality, but she is very experienced, and in the event that the others are not available, she could be relied on. And then there was also Chief Archivist Zenaris Kino. He has been very busy with this situation with the Eastern Alliance, so I hesitate to bring his name up, but just as a final point of contact, chief officers around here, he is also up there. But I will say, just, he is, as I said, he is very busy, so I would not expect necessarily him to be able to drop everything and come running should the need arise. Lack and Shimorn should be more than enough.
Right.
Felt a little guilty not mentioning the others.
Anything you can give us is appreciated.
Of course.
Noelle immediately gets a whisper that goes, I wonder if he has a crush on one of them. What was that face?
I don't know, maybe. Shoot, I had a question. I lost it. I guess if we're going to meet with Dude, I already lost track of which name was which. The second in command VP guy.
Black.
Yeah. I know that we were thinking about going to the archive still, just to go look around.
Of course.
Maybe you could have him send him over there to talk to us. Just two birds, one stone.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't get back here in the next 30 seconds, I'll tell him.
Oh, I
where you're
remember my
going.
question. Also, you said this ritual is complicated and long. We are still journeying, and we are still working through this whole end of the world thing. If there's any
Sure.
We're going to
items
make a therapist absolutely rich.
items or components or anything that needs to be collected for this ritual while we're, doing
Now's enough.
stuff. Love to know that.
Well,
Keep our eyes peeled.
now that you mention it, there's certainly a materials cost to be considered.
And if it's like a big list, we could just go copy it down at the archive, but figured I'd at least ask if it was simple.
Yeah. Tell
Later,
you what,
possibly for
actually.
next session.
He'll start kind of like patting his robes and eventually like find a pocket and pull out a little slip of paper and just kind of scribble something down. I was like, if you want to pass this to one of the archivists, I mean, I know they're going to be busy, but if maybe one of the juniors, they might be free. Just pass this along. Let them know that you need this book, this list. They should be able to get you what you need. Off the top of my head, again, I don't remember. It's not something that I have performed myself.
Right.
But looking into it in the past, I do know that there's certainly a considerable amount of incense involved.
There always is.
Oh, I'm going to sneeze so much.
It's funny what a change it makes for a well, I won't bore you. Black, there he is. you see the door open, that little guy comes back in, and following him, kind of ducking in under the door and just kind of like one shoulder at a time, kind of squeezing through it. This mountain of an orc. Long, thick, black dreadlocks kind of like halfway down his back and shoulders, kind of trailing over his very like tightly fit black cassock, and the chains around his neck are almost like choker tight. There's no slack there. Like, this guy is big and he does not fit into any of his shit.
I think we need a hunky roll for this one.
And
But if like a Lauren's not there, because that's all that would be happening. You guys would be talking, and she'd be like, "Hunk check."
Yeah,
Hunk check.
You've seen full-blooded orcs. Like, this guy, honestly, if he actually put the time into working out, he would probably have the build that Bloodbeard had when you last saw him. Presently, he's just a big fucking guy. And he steps forward, and just kind of says, "Cardinal, you cold?"
When Burberry sees this big guy barely fitting in his thing, he actually leans over to Tyrion and says,
Is it being a tight-fitted choice, or I can make him one that fits?
We've asked. He has turned us down every time.
Okay.
As he like crosses his arms, you see he kind of like pushes his biceps up with his fists, and he says, "Cardinal, you cold?" And Tyrion says, "Yes, Castellan Lack Flamebreaker. This is Noel. I didn't catch your last name, but Noel of the Lost Emeralds, and Brother Burberry, also with the Lost Emeralds. Wanted to make your acquaintance before they headed out for the day. They may be back in the future." Lack will kind of squeeze one of his hands out from under his arms and give you a small wave. "Pleasure to meet the both of you." And then tuck it back in, push his biceps back up.
Pleased to meet you.
I'm really glad Lauren's not here.
Well,
I do
if
mean
that was
that is the
everything.
highest compliment, good sir.
I'm sure it is. Well, if that is everything, Cardinal. That was yes. Thank you, Lack. Lack will very quickly depart, head back down the hall. You can hear his footsteps, kind of echoing.
Sure.
He's very knowledgeable. Harry says after he's out of earshot.
Among other things, damn, did you see those biceps?
He is,
Yes.
What? Oh, Lauren's not here to do it. Somebody else.
Yeah, I love
We're
the
channeling
Lauren
Lauren as best
vibes
as we
popping out
can.
right now.
Yeah.
Because it would totally be happening. Should have been like, can I get a hunky check, please? Thanks.
I mean, I think we should get a hunky roll. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we
I
should.
think we
so I
should,
can
yeah.
so I can describe it in great detail later.
It's like an 11.
Okay, that's fine.
He's an average-looking guy. Just a big average.
Okay,
guy.
so he's a 10 out of 20 at Lord. Break your back. In the good way.
Mm, maybe.
Well, seems we have moved to the end of this conversation with Tyrion.
Tyrion. Cardinal Tyrion.
Well, he'll stand up from his half-finished sandwich and start walking you guys to the door. And it was a pleasure to finally meet you, Burberry, and you as well, Noel.
Yes.
Again, anything you need, please don't hesitate to reach out. And if you do decide that you would like to follow through with this, then let us know when and you would like to proceed on that front. And he'll kind of walk you guys back down the hall towards the entrance and down the stairs and
Yes, I think
through
this
the foyer of impromptu desks.
This certainly warrants a very hard conversation with.
It is not a process for the faint of heart. By no means.
Kill the god. Kill the god.
I mean,
It's
would be really
practice for the
convenient.
Leviathan.
That's the other. It goes the other way, Johnny.
I'm not sure which way. Yeah, one might be flipped around. Well, I say our goodbyes to Tyrion as we head over the archive. I would probably just on the way nudge Burberry and just say like, "See, that didn't go so bad."
I thought that I was going to be exiled or outcast. Ooh, or studied. Studied was very high on the
The
list. of
third
my
one
worst
might
nightmares.
still happen.
Like,
I wouldn't
Burberry
rule it out.
just- No. So like you're walking along and you're stiffens.
Only heard like 2 words and that you cut out for a
Yeah,
second.
you cut out.
Sorry, I get high pitched when I'm excited.
all
I said we're walking along and you say that and Burberry just stiffens like there's an absolute like a half a second pause in his stride.
Sorry, didn't mean to freak you out.
No,
You
you're
say
good.
I'm just kidding.
But I don't think she was.
I don't think she was either.
Well, sorry. I guess I should. Confined study, not being done by me by choice.
Right. Do you still
Oh
want
God,
to
that would have been so dull.
what all do you want to look up in the archives? 'Cause
Oh.
I have the slip of paper, but
Oh
you know, we
Christ!
got a
I forgot
lot
to
of
ask if you
answers.
borrow books.
I'm sure
did.
I'm sure the library attendant will know if we can borrow books.
Yeah, we did. We did get us. You know, thank you for pushing the issue.
Well, you're welcome. I always thought that from what you told us, this seemed like they were just worried about you more so than, I mean, obviously, you know, he had that moment where he's like, and don't do this again, and, you know, but beyond that, it seemed like they more
I mean,
just
he can
wanted
be
to...
real. I'll probably totally.
And also,
But it's fine
given-
because I won't be as effective.
next time they won't give a shit. Hopefully.
Like, who the fuck are you? Get out of here. You ain't no herald of power. Back off. God just cuts the communion immediately.
Just hang up.
Everybody's like, oh.
But he's real. He's not just fiction. Because let's be real, that's basically what all this is about anyway. Is Burberry's just curious about which one of these are fact and which one of these are fake. And hey, now he's a creator of both.
That is also very special. I mean, how he's New Year special, but that's impressive, Burberry.
I don't want to be a herald. We already have one herald in the party. Speak desperate for danger.
Lauren is not a herald.
She chose not
If
to
she
be
was-
a herald.
It would be really bad.
She wouldn't be in the party if she was a herald, I don't think.
She'd be very against the party.
Yes. She'd be standing over the party's corpses.
For
well,
real this time.
Probably.
I guess we might as well just take a look around. I mean, just out of game doesn't have to be like a whole big thing, if we want to just look for some specific stuff, I guess.
Yeah. I think.
I do need one more thing that might be a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I got both your lists, so I know that there was stuff that y'all wanted to look at.
Okay.
I will say I do want to cut away here and check in with the rest of the party.
Sure.
Before we do that, though, I think this is a good spot to take our break because it is currently 10:30 your time.
Yeah.
Just about. So let's give it 10 minutes. Be back at 10:35 and carry on from there. Check in with Barnaby, John, and Lauren. Taking
Stream's back.
up.
Hi, Stream.
Hi, Stream.
So, I'll say at this point we're getting close to late afternoon, coming up onto evening, kind of that time period around sunset. Is there anything that the party would like to do? Barnaby, you're probably wrapping up with the engineering core for the day, making good progress on your bag of holding black powder ejection device. What is your evening looking like?
Is there a good way I could make another for my own purposes? Have one set aside just in case.
You would definitely need to procure some material for it. Specifically, the actual metal to create this ejection device, as well as the gunpowder to fill a bag of holding with. You do know a junk dealer in town who could sell you probably pretty inexpensive scrap to put this together with.
Good. I'm going to try and do that sometime today.
Welcome to John's Junk House.
Oh, well, it isn't you again. How you been?
You're the banjo guy. I remember you. I remember all my customers. Come on in. What you want?
Oh, I'm looking for some bits and bobs, like some metal and
we got
500
bits,
pounds
we
of
got
black
bobs,
powder.
we got betties, we got whatever you're looking for. Check this out. Yeah, he's got tons of fucking shit. Like, it's just packed with garbage and all kinds of crap you could pull apart and turn into something.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna say this is gonna cost you, say, 50 gold for the materials.
All right. Done.
Cool.
I think that's going to be all for today for me. Thank you.
Good to hear. You come back soon now, all right? It's been a while. How's that banjo?
Oh, it's been playing a beauty.
Oh, it's good to hear. It's good to hear. Yeah, I'll take care. All right, so Barnaby's going to be working on his own homemade version. Gunpowder to be acquired.
Yep.
I think you'll probably get back to the Presidium just as Alexi is like walking out the front door, looking kind of sweaty and a little like kind of grease stained. He's got some like black streak on his cheek. He says, "Oh, Barnaby, I wasn't expecting to see you today. Gotta go. But if you're around tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow."
We'll plan on that then.
And he will step outside the Presidium walls, cast a spell, and begin to fly towards Freeport. And heading into the Great Hall, you will see that Gideon and Aaron and Gerald, all three of them, are preparing to sit down for dinner. So, Lauren or John, do you guys got anything?
Mine's not till later in the night, so...
Saving it for tonight?
Yup.
All right. John, anything for you, buddy? No? All right. Back to Noelle and Burberry. So at the archive.
Yes.
What do you guys... well, first off, I guess I'll set the scene. Kind of crossing the plaza, making your way over towards the Athenaeum that you were referred to. You find yourself stepping up to this like 4-story, like beautifully constructed facade of a building. These kind of tall windows, nested in these deep arches, and sort of flanked on either side by these what look to be like silver statues of divine figures, either angels or else actual like avatars of the various new gods. And And stepping inside this archive is a very dense, very large and deep spanning expanse of shelving, books, scrolls. Here and there are kind of cleared little nooks amidst the shelves for reading tables and chairs that have been set up. In the center of all of this, kind of directly ahead of the walkway, there is a sizable workspace that's been kind of put together. Like numerous tables and chairs have been kind of pulled from their usual place in sort of a row, kind of running out for the front door. They've all been kind of pushed together, and there are just like stacks and stacks and stacks of books and scrolls and papers that have been kind of pulled and set up here. And numerous archivists are currently like in the midst of either poring over these or else kind of scouring the shelves and salvaging more, bringing it back to the table, or else shelving the stuff that is like proven itself useless to them. Definitely looks pretty busy over there.
I would flag down anyone who looks like they have a moment.
Sure. There's probably like one like junior who's kind of like off to the side, just like, do you guys need any help? Like, of the other archivists, like, is there anything I can do? Oh, okay. Hi, you two. Hi, welcome to the Argent Athenaeum.
He's adorable.
He's this young-looking furbolg, like very like thin, long, and just like a huge, just like bushy head of thick red hair on his head. Can I help you guys find anything? Are you looking for stuff?
Yes, probably a few things actually. I guess we'll start with this for sure thing. I'll hand him the note.
Take it. Oh, wow! You guys met the cardinal. Oh, okay, yeah. Sure. One moment. Wait, did you need anything else? Okay, 1 second, and he's like back and forth, like running back to you. He's like, I'll just get this first thing, and I'll come back. And then he disappears. For like,
Should we take him to go fight Lasharag with us?
No.
He disappears for like 10 minutes. And there's moments where you see him like appear on the balcony of the third floor, like, just kind of like wandering out from between a pair of shelves, looking at the paper, like, oh, jeez. Like wanders down the next aisle.
Where is it?
2 minutes later, he's on the fourth floor.
I'm sorry, this is the only acceptable version of
what?
Carl.
Carl. This is what he's gonna grow up into.
Yes, only acceptable version.
I found it, guys. Okay, I'm coming back. And
I like him very much.
You hear him down some distant stairs, and he emerges from some of the shelves next to you with a fairly small leather-bound book. No title on the front cover, but you can see embossed on the spine. There is the legend of... it reads something in Celestial. I'll say that. I don't know if either of you can read Celestial.
Okay.
Yes, I can!
Can you? Okay.
I can!
So it roughly translates to the ritual of sleep, in short. It is, but the word they're using for sleep has heavier connotations. This is kind of bordering on
Death?
almost like a deathly sleep.
Is it like being in a coma?
The ritual of
kind of.
Coma?
Yeah, but there is, there's the spiritual connotation there. And yeah,
What does it mean? I'll become comatose.
Comatose. Oh, no, that says comatose. Yeah, easy mistake to make with Celestial. They don't.
I just
the S's and D's
flip it
look
open.
really similar.
Is it all Celestial?
There are passages that are in Celestial, but there's also a decent amount, like in the margins, that are written in Common. These like notes that have been added in it by someone, just handwritten in there.
My days of taking all of the random languages no one ever uses comes to light.
Okay.
Well, it's one of
Pretty-
those, like, when I was building the character sheet, I was like, I mean, he spends all of his time looking at ancient texts for God stuff, so yeah, it would make sense that he knows that.
Yeah. Well, that would be Noelle's project for a little while. She'd probably recruit another. I don't know if this guy wants to help, but another junior, someone to help her translate stuff. Just with that.
I mean, if you want someone to translate passages, bro.
I was going to say,
Well.
it really wouldn't take much work to actually find this list because it's going to be written on like the first like upper page, like inside.
True.
There is a list of components written in common.
Okay. I think just to gain a better understanding of the context of the spell, not like the inner mechanisms, but like why is this
What does it
dangerous
do?
and what is it doing would be
Got
nice
it.
to know. It doesn't have to be detailed, but just like here's the cliff notes.
Oh,
Sure.
brother.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Oh, my name is
Is that a dragonborn?
No, he's a furbolg, so
That's
it's
true.
another.
Translated from Sylvan.
Eliakim.
Elliot Keen?
Eliakim. Yeah.
Keen, okay.
Eliakim.
Wait, is that one word or is that your first and last
Yeah,
name?
it's one word. That's my name. Eliakim Alloway is my full name.
Owl.
Alloway.
Got it.
I'm gonna spell it wrong, but it'll be pronounced correctly.
I was actually curious. Do you have? I need you to recommend me your most. Wait. Okay. First off, are you allowed to check books out of here, or do they all have to stay in the building?
He starts like scratching his head and looking over at all the other archivists like gathered at another table. I'd probably have to ask. I know a lot of people have been taking books out, but like they're all priests that work here, so I guess that's okay.
I mean,
And,
Burberry
like
is
you're a
priest.
priest. Yeah.
I will certainly endeavor to bring things back.
I mean that's
won't
how
take
libraries
any,
work. Of course you would. Why wouldn't you?
Adventurer.
Do adventurers not return books?
No, we're just a little bit more prone to dying
Sometimes
than
we
most
die.
people.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I don't envy your jobs.
I'm gonna shift him to a better green color.
So in that vein, could you give me your most trashy romance novel?
His face goes fucking red, and you see like the little droplets of sweat starting to kind of go down the side of out of his hair. He's like, what makes you think I've got trashy romance novel? I mean, we have trashy romance. This is the dark at the name. I mean,
Presumably it's
Probably.
the largest collection of books in hundreds of miles. Surely you have
well, I
some.
mean, yeah, no, sure, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are. I mean, why wouldn't there be? Yeah, I could probably find them eventually for you.
Take your time, and while you're looking, if you have any recommendations for absolutely have not, I'd really appreciate it.
Recommendations. I mean, I wouldn't know it. I don't.
Burberry's going to whisper to him and say, "It's okay if you like trashy romance novels. So do I. That's why I'm asking you for a recommendation."
I don't know. I'll be right back. I'll go find you that real quick. Just gonna scurry off back down the aisles.
I like him.
He's adorable.
He put up 3 color codes.
His face matched his hair color.
Oh, it was so cute. Oh, Lord would ruin him.
I think a Lauren would walk in and ruin reasons. They'd be like, "Oh my God, there's no clothes."
Ruin. Well, no. Because remember that God of love and lust is a.
They're out there. Yeah, he is not gone nearly long enough for how dumb he was playing it.
To the section.
Yeah, he comes back after like 30 seconds, and he's got one. He's just like, this one looked pretty good. He'll just
Our
very quickly
supervisor
pass it to you, Burberry.
recommended This one.
Ooh, thank you.
It is tattered and dog-eared and stained.
Oh.
Um,
I was hoping you weren't going to say that one.
Damn it.
Alright, I'll
The
just-
front cover is one of those like it's got like the illustration of one of those old paperbacks, but it's like an engraving, like pressed into the leather of just like this like big hunky dude, you know, long
No shirt.
Fabio hair, yeah, no shirt, like standing behind this woman in this long like drapey flowy dress.
Oh, it's a pretty
Well,
dress.
could I also? Do you have any books on kobolds?
A what?
Kobolds. It's a type of
Is that a subgenre? I don't know anything
It's
about
entirely different
kobold
topic.
romance. Oh,
different
okay.
topic.
Yeah.
This is would you describe it as an animal or is
It's
it
like a diminutive sort of sub category of dragon, kind of. I don't really think
We
there are
got
many
books about
around.
dragons.
but I don't need a book on dragons. I need a book on kobolds. They're different.
So like little dragons?
I think
How
if you
is
make
this- is
a
this
dragon
organized
with
by,
a
like-
goblin, I'd say that sounds right. Dragon with goblin. If you dragon with goblin, so it's
Like if a
maybe
dragon
it's
fucked a
great
goblin and had a baby.
creature.
That's terrible sounding. Who would ever read a book about the dragon? Oh, I wouldn't.
No.
I would never. He's blushing again.
Oh, do you have a romance novel for that? Bring it.
No, I wouldn't read that book. I was just saying is all.
Sorry,
Yeah,
forget the backward. It was a goblin bard that fucked a dragon. And they had a baby.
Probably.
Birds in the first kobold.
No, it's a dragon bard that called a goblin. Mix it up a little.
He definitely is not registering like kobold. Like that's not ringing a bell for him. He's like, I don't know what the fuck that is, right? I mean, I could point you in a direction to start for that kind of stuff, but like I don't know anything about kobolds.
Any type of like bestiary creatures.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, second floor, like over here, like these 12 shelves, this over here, right? You see them? That's
Perfect.
got like warden records and local bestiaries and apothecary listings and stuff. I mean, you might be able to find like catalogs of creatures there and stuff.
And then lastly, a book about demonic possessions and how would you describe it? Demonification?
He gets a little quiet, and you definitely see at the back of the room, like a couple of the other archivists kind of like look over towards you guys, like stopping half the conversation.
It's for a friend.
It actually
Do
is.
you have any books on how to make mustard gas?
What friend?
Susanna!
Susanna.
Susanna!
Okay.
I mean, we got books about demons.
I'm looking
And
to
how bad they
reverse a process, not cause one.
Sure, yeah, that, I mean, it's probably a thing. He's like looking up at the other floors. I mean, I'd start third floor, like shelves 6 through 18. It's like histories of the incursions, records of, demons and catalogs of stuff that's come out of, gates and portals. You got Teleth Maleg records of, extraplanar encounters. A lot of good stuff. I mean, you might find something. Demonification. Wow, that's a.
It's more of a thing that's happened in the process, but I figured it's a good start to understand how that
Yeah, sure. Okay.
works inside of a person. It's an odd situation.
I mean, I'm not one to judge. I mean, whatever you're into is totally.
Oh, okay, just for you, I'm just gonna clarify. This book is for fun. Everything else is for work.
Got it. Got it. Mostly work, one for fun. Got it.
Oh, okay. I need to emphasize that fact. See,
Okay.
it seems to have colored everything that I've said to you after.
I'm sorry, sir.
Why?
Demons are third floor, shelves 6 through 18.
Excellent. Do you think I could get your help with that? Looking, that is.
Oh yeah, you're pretty short, huh? I mean, yeah, I could totally. I could help.
Oh,
Barberry's
shorter
taller
than
than
you know,
I am.
tall boy.
And while we're up
This
there,
dude's
I will...
like 6'7", 6'8".
And before
He's tall.
Burberry and I part ways, I would just say like, okay, Burberry, I did want to get back tonight, so just keep
Well,
that in mind.
So all the non-important ones I will be bringing with me. All the important. And don't forget, I read twice as fast as most people.
It's true. I'm gonna go find someone to help me work on this book. I'll see you in a couple hours.
Okay. And while I'm up there looking for books about things, I will also ask for a poetry book.
Oh.
As I said, I have a list of stuff.
That one's for fun.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, 2 for fun, most for work. Got it. Poetry, I think we've got some down first floor section.
All right, I'm rolling.
So, yeah.
What do I need to roll?
So I'll say this is for looking for the demon stuff.
Okay.
These are going to be investigation rolls
Ah.
with advantage because you do have poor little Eliakim helping you out.
Thank God I asked. That was not good. That's 1 point better. That's still not good. Damn it.
There'll be more days at the archive.
Can I guess I can't use my inspiration because I already have advantage.
Technically.
Not. Next
Can I
time we'll
make-
get a
Why
better...
is that you to let me roll into
archive
inspiration?
best.
You what?
Can I give you doe eyes to
Roll persuasion.
what's Cat's charisma modifier?
What'd you get?
10.
Alright, meets it beats it. Sure.
Yay!
Just as once.
It was not meant to be, Cat.
Okay, alright, so just so you guys know, my investigation is a +2. I rolled a 5. With his help, I rolled a 6. And then with inspiration, I rolled a 3.
Oof.
Fucking A, cat.
We should have reversed our roles. You should have been the one translating this book, and I should have been looking, because I have a +8 to investigation now.
And Burberry can actually read Celestial.
Yeah, I know. We did this totally backwards.
Can I go ask Noel to look for it?
I'll say after 1 hour of looking, you're definitely not coming up with the stuff you're looking for. So yeah, if you want to go ask Noel then. Noel, with this book you're looking to look into, you just want to approach another archivist and see if you can get some help translating?
Yeah, just give me an hour to help me.
Okay.
If I have questions, they can answer them. And...
Yeah, I think as you approach that back table, there's definitely some people who they look like they're about to sort of, maybe like step up to be like, hey, listen, we're busy, but there is a high elf in pretty heavy chains around the neck, in the kind of high ranking robes, who kind of like holds a hand. It's like, I overheard them talking earlier. She'll step forward and extend a hand. Zinner's Kino, Chief Archivist.
Oh, nice to meet you, Noel Cordomach.
Correct me if I misunderstood, but you had a meeting with the Cardinal earlier today, correct?
Yes, me and my associate did.
Yes, well, I should take it to mean that you had business to attend to pertaining to this situation with him.
Yes, we did.
Well, what can I help you with?
We were recommended this book by the Cardinal to do some research about possible future projects, and I don't speak Celestial.
That would be a reason to ask for help, for sure. She will take the book from you and start. Like, she'll look at the cover, she'll like flip through the first couple pages. Her eyes are kind of flitting back and forth. She kind of looks at you and then looks up at the third floor where Burberry and Eliakim are currently, and she looks back to you like,
Once our eyes lock again, I just kind of like nod.
"That's Burberry." Understood.
Oh God!
She'll begin flipping through the pages, and just not even really reading, just kind of skimming it. She's like, "I am familiar with this particular text. What exactly did you need to know?"
I saw all the list of components and things, needed to know any prerequisites, and what exactly it does to the person who it's cast upon, and why it might put other people in danger if they help cast it? That was not super clear.
Yes, the spell involves a ritual of indeterminate length, as it requires the, shall we say, the target to undergo a extended period of interior exploration, soul searching, psyche delving. There is a lengthy process of pushing inwards in order to find the font, you might say, of power. And from there, the ritual proceeds to constrain this font, its flow, to either cap or otherwise slow and constrict it.
Mm-hmm.
The target can receive assistance in this process from any willing friends or allies who are up to participating. They will join the target in this psychic space and assist them in this exploratory exercise. From there, you are, as with anyone else in there with you, at the mercy of the target's inner landscape.
How dangerous is this space for those people? Can they die?
There is the danger of becoming trapped, entrenched and unable to leave. Once started, obviously the ritual cannot end until it has been seen through to completion. If you cannot finish it, you cannot get out.
See.
As such, there is the risk that upon starting, not being able to finish, you would be unable to reunite your psyche with your body, in which case there is the possibility of the cessation of vital forces without food or drink or proper care after an extended period of time.
Right. And does the spell casting, like actually casting it, take a long time, or is it just that it's an indefinite time period until it's resolved?
Yes, that's the second one.
Okay. Well, that answers my questions mostly. I'll just out of character real quick. Was there any other questions we needed, Burberry? Psychic connection.
I know you had questions.
Oh,
Noel.
sorry. Regarding the spell itself.
The ritual.
I did have sort of tangential. I feel like I told Kat this over the break, but we kind of covered most of what I was asking about. Let's see. I mean, I can ask about the third thing, I guess. You're familiar with this. This person looks a little more decorated.
Yes, I mean, this is the chief archivist.
Oh,
this
right,
was one of
yeah.
the people that you were referred to by Tyrion.
Out of curiosity, given that you seem to be knowing Burberry's reputation precedes them, it would seem.
We have spoken at length about Burberry's unique situation.
Do you know? I'm probably just leading up to nothing here, but are there alternatives to something this dangerous?
To this ritual.
Yes. Is there any other approach we could take that doesn't involve killing a god?
Well, if you're contemplating this ritual, it means that the Cardinal suspects your friend may be with a conclave called Herald,
Right.
in which case they would be a valuable asset to any deity or extraplanar being that could get a decent enough hold over him. I would not expect this Quran to relinquish that hold lightly. Short of killing him, your best bet would probably be to try and strike a deal, maybe.
There's no way to say, like, hide Burberry from their gaze? I don't know how gods see.
Burberry can be shielded from further interactions, but once a god has taken hold, shall we say, that hold is indelible. There is very little that we can do as mortals to directly challenge that grip.
I see. All I know is that this god in question has only been let loose once in our company. And it was one of the most terrifying displays of power I've ever seen in my life. And to have that looming in the background as we try to work towards bigger goals of ending the insanity going on in the ocean right now, it's terrifying, and I just wish there was a better way.
I agree. There is a reason that we exercise the precautions that we do when it comes to contacting extraplanar beings that we have never met before. Your friend is lucky that he escaped relatively unscathed. Very few are so fortunate. If you have time, you might look into the calling of Eldegast. It's a very ugly chapter early in the Conclave's life that perfectly illustrates this point.
I understand.
Is there anything else you needed?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
There's
She'll
no way
hand you
that y'all are gonna like get stuck inside of my subconscious, right?
It would be a very funny...
That sounded like there definitely is a possibility.
Oh yeah, did I get the list of stuff too? I assume that's just, you can send that at some point.
Yeah, I'll send you the
Okay.
material components.
Because if I somehow manage to get one body but have personality, that would be very funny. Because it's the complete opposite of what I am now.
Yeah.
It's not good.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
If you tell Lauren about killing a god, she's totally down.
I know! Lauren seems to be down without killing anything at this point.
Yup.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Not
mean,
convinced we
she's-
can take down Korra. Maybe in 10 more levels.
Ah, we could do it.
Well, I mean, I did say that I wanted to explore more of the map.
I assume at this point Burberry would find me and I could help them investigating.
I was, well, I'm a little surprised.
Well, and this is just him coming back.
I'm a little surprised, but I was hoping to find some form of literature help out. can. But this library seems to be weirdly lacking.
I could take a look if you want.
I mean, it helps. You could probably see on a higher shelf than I can.
You're taller than me. I thought you were taller than me.
Sorry, I'm just He just gestures in the direction of the first.
Oh,
That's what.
yeah. Well, he's taller than everybody. Yeah, I'll go roll some investigation checks, see if I can find anything that Burberry couldn't.
And Burberry will sit down and what he'll do is he'll translate the celestial things, but he'll put a page number next to it, say this is the passage that this is from.
Okay. Sure.
What do you want me to roll, DM?
Investigation with advantage from.
More than 6.
One time
More than
or
6.
multiple times? Are we doing this for different things? Or what?
This is for the first question Burberry had about the demonification situation.
Reversal. To modification reversal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm being very clear about that. I do not want to make more.
22.
22.
Okay, that's like a little more than 6.
Oh, it's in the D
14.
for demon.
Oh, I was looking under A for aberration.
So I'll say this, Noel. You're looking through this large cataloging of, demons and devils and fiends and the histories of the incursions and the battles that were fought and stuff. And this is less a section about just kind of blanket demons as much as it is a historical section about the incursions specifically, and kind of records from various people, chronicling those events.
Boring.
And as you sort of pour over those titles and kind of check books and stuff, you're like, yeah, this does not feel like the right section. So like you kind of start kind of poking around like further down that floor, kind of checking like shelf 25, shelf 32, just kind of like just seeing like what's in the vicinity. And eventually you hit a section about dark arts and you're like, this feels promising, right? You get that kind of that feeling of aha, we weren't asking the right search question.
Right.
So we start poking around this shelf, right? You're kind of on the other side of the floor, shelf 43, 44, 45, and your hands settle on a book. Similarly small, similar to the ritual book that you saw down below, which might be why you were drawn to it. And there is a phrase written in Infernal, if you recognize Infernal, underneath which there is a common inscription engraved on the spine
Oh, that one.
that reads Corruptella Vitatio, which is a language you don't recognize.
Common, Elvish, Draconic, Alien. That's it.
Yeah. The script is common. You're able to pronounce it, but the actual language, the meaning of the words, is not clear to you.
And this book stands out to me because
It looks similar to the ritual book, and you open it up, you start kind of looking at the pages, and this one does have a decent amount. Like most of the book is written in common.
Mm-hmm.
You're actually able to parse most of it. There are passages here and there that appear to be written in the same either infernal or abyssal language that's on the spine. And as far as you can tell, those appear to be incantations of some sort. But kind of paging through this book, you find yourself reading a description of a profane ritual that is roughly translated to corruption avoidance. And kind of flipping pages, you get the sense that this ritual is not just one ritual, but it is a collection of techniques, of dark spells and profane acts that are intended to subvert a demon or devil or fiend's hold on a person's soul. And it does this by transforming a person directly into a fiend themselves.
See.
Sort of bypassing the claiming process, sending them basically straight to hell and bringing them back, changed and untethered from whatever hold that ritual or that fiend may have had over them. Which sounds almost exactly like whatever happened to Gideon and Susanna.
Okay. Success. I will put that in my little cart. And then I will move on to the next topic.
All right.
Which was what?
That was the well, that is the opposite of the process.
Oh, the opposite of the process.
Although that does beg the question: if we reverse the process,
oh, how to undo it, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything in the margins of this book that's like this cannot be undone? That thing. or
in big bold letters on the first page, it's like, "Don't do this."
Yeah, this is probably a bad idea, guys.
Signed the cardinal. No. So, paging through this one, this book is dusty and does not look like it has been pulled very frequently or read very frequently. The pages are kind of like old and brittle from age, but they don't show a lot of wear and tear from frequent use.
Not like this book.
I would say Noel's inclination, given that instruction, would probably be to explore sections on, like, given that she would, have some semblance of this already, like transmutation, polymorphing, altering self type stuff, to see if there would be a way to, like, transmute someone's physical form, back to a different one or something like that.
Okay.
That would be where I'd start to kind of look for the secondary requests.
Okay. I mean, there are books on transmutation and kind of polymorphing techniques and schools of thought for advanced transmuters.
Yeah.
In like the Arcana section, you head down there and you start poking around. I would say this will probably be research done over the course of, a few hours of reading. But we'll ride this 22. And we'll say that as you're sort of pulling promising looking books, kind of reading over techniques, kind of searching the index to see if there's like mention specifically of fiends, of transmuting or polymorphing fiends, and kind of comparing what you're finding there to similar sections in this ritual book you found. What you piece together there is that this ritual is not quite as surface level as your typical polymorph, say. And there is mention of, permanent polymorphs, sticking and holding a creature in a new form indefinitely until dispelled.
Right.
With transmutation magic, you are pretty much always at risk of at least being dispelled, at the very end of all things. With this ritual, this is something much more deeply rooted and substantive than polymorph. This is not something that can just be dispelled. You're looking at almost the full transformation of a being from one type of being, a creature of the material plane, to a creature of fundamental evil. You are permanently altering the shape of their soul, and in so doing, you are breaking the hold of other evils on them. But this process binds them, changes them into something else.
Right.
And there are side effects mentioned in here, fairly substantial ones. You know, if you were to die after this ritual, for example, your body would reconstitute itself on the evil plane to which you bound yourself when you performed this ritual. If someone were to banish you, for example, with potent abjuring magic, there is a possibility you would not actually be able to readily return to the material plane, because it would not be your home plane any longer. You would be so fundamentally changed at your root that your relationship to the world around you is like irrevocably altered.
Sounds like got to deliver some bad news to Burberry.
Oh no!
But I looked real hard.
You did look hard.
Well,
And I will also
much harder
say,
than I did.
towards the end of the ritual book, you would also see that there is a sort of a conclusion chapter that notes that it is not clear whether or not this ritual actually dispels the claims on the soul made, that necessitated the ritual in the first place, or if it is simply suppressing them. And if this ritual should be somehow broken, those claims would be reasserted. The editor who put this kind of afterword into the book, very strongly advises anyone against partaking in this ritual unless at the absolute end of all need.
Right. Given the context and given the price that one must pay, this definitely is the last resort of last resorts. Noah would probably have like a couple sheets of paper that she's just been writing notes on and tuck those into the book just so Burberry sees that I kind of did my due diligence when I was looking into like, is there a way to undo this? And like, if they have an alternate path they were looking into for something like that, sure, but I think sounds like outside of literally wishing, this isn't easily fixed. And that would be the message I would probably deliver to Burberry.
Yeah.
Is there a third thing I needed to look at?
Well, I mean, Burberry was gonna look for if there's not like a way to fix it, because I actually did think that might be a possibility. If there was like so like when Doto went mad-ish, he had the calming candies. Like, if there's like possibly
Treat
a
the
way
symptoms.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds like a viable research route.
And it seems like a better like start than, hey, I need to go buy some insulated clothes to stop the thing that it's from setting on fire.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll say, when you kind of are talking about potential other avenues for research, Eliakim would probably be like, oh yeah, we might actually have something for that. Yeah, give me 1 second. And he'll come back in a few minutes with a couple of books that look to have been written for the same series. They have pictures of exhausted-looking people carrying either a horned child or a burning baby on them. And the titles are, respectively, So Your Baby Has Horns and So Your Baby Breathes Fire. And it looks like they are parenting guides for the new parents of tieflings and fire ganassi.
That is
So your baby
adorable.
breathes fire.
Well, it's something.
Oh. That's amazing.
I imagine the pages on the fire-breathing baby one are singed a little bit.
Oh, yeah. There are several like replacement pages that have been slipped in from that they're not bound, they're just like
Yeah, they're
loose
not
like
part of the
copies.
original. Yeah.
Yeah, that are like, you know, the Conclave just like replaced them wholesale.
Yeah, just make sure you keep a backup of that book.
And the last thing was a book on Cobalt.
Oh yeah, kobolds.
Kobolds. All right, I'll give you an investigation check for that one. Well,
Oh, that's not great. 14.
14. The best lead you really had, based off of what Eliakim told you, was the dragon section. So, kind of poking around there. There's, books about, draconic excavations around Varagos and the history of dragons on various other planes. Ancient chronicles from before the founding. None of them feel terribly promising, and paging through them, you don't find much. But there are a couple passages in a few books where you do see mentions of dragon servitors and dragonlings. And in one moment, there is actually the word kobold printed on the page. Your utmost excitement. And they are a footnote on this page mentioning dragons' tendency to collect thralls and vassals. Kobolds are mentioned as the lowest of the low among dragonkin and their various servants. And they are barely paid any further mind than that. The most you're really able to find about them is that they are almost entirely referenced in books that predate the founding.
Mm-hmm.
So these are like 1,000-year plus old accounts.
Damn.
And that kobolds appear to be very short-lived, tribalistic, and pretty much always revered and served dragons anywhere that they lived.
Well, that is something. I guess I would take that back to Burberry just to point out the footnote. But nothing beyond that, unfortunately. Sorry, Burberry.
Wait, does the footnote have a citation?
The footnote is...
I think it was just written by one of the editors of the book.
Yeah, it wouldn't have a citation. It would just be, it's a comment, like talking about, like, a passage talking about dragons' tendency to take thralls.
That blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it's like... Dragon's thralls were not limited simply to men or elf kinds. They spanned from, the greatest creatures of the forest to even the lowly kobold. Shit like that.
Ouch. Well, so much for that.
Were you looking for something specific about kobolds?
I don't. I'm not used to having these. I'm not sure if there's any long-term maintenance I should.
Fascinatingly enough, I feel like you are almost like a time capsule of what is probably an extinct creature now. Like, people could probably learn a lot by researching you. It's weird.
That's one of the reasons that I haven't really made an appearance.
That would make sense.
Yeah. Especially after, there's also that whole thing of, oh, freaky tiny dragon thing, kill it.
True.
Yeah. Basically, the cons definitely outweigh the on that one. On the upside, suppose that if, I need certainly have a great disguise to get situations.
Yeah, you do. Good disguise.
No one
Alright.
would ever suspect that I get smaller.
Well, I wish I could have found something more substantive on the whole demon search, but that's super complicated. Seems like.
So whenever Noel actually went back to Burberry, I feel he actually wasn't there, though there was a, he did leave the notations on the desk.
Mhm.
Kat rolled a 5 again on her investigation, so she didn't find the book she was looking for.
What were you looking for? Oh boy.
Oh boy.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It has to be
Silence
typed.
and then typing.
Sure. Got it.
It's
Got
fine. Don't worry about it.
I think the best you're really finding on that front, you're kind of perusing the sections that are like conclave, like directly written texts on like healing,
If I see
And-
one more book that recommends prayer.
how to channel, divine magic to heal wounds and tend to the weak and weary. Unfortunately, this particular ailment is not showing up on any of the pages you're flipping to, and it's it's a little frustrating. You'd think they'd commit a little bit more effort to like tending to that.
Yeah.
Yet alas, it is not there.
All right. Go back to the table and find Noel standing next to the book.
Find something you were looking for?
I tried to find the smut section, but I felt a little weird asking for it.
I mean, we got the book, right? The one book.
I don't know. He turned that red. Oh, yes. We have the one book, but
This is for me.
That's for you?
Well, this one is. The other book would have been for someone else.
I see.
although judging by the face that he gave, whenever he recommended this one, oh man, he probably faint.
I mean, we could go back to the section where that one was found and,
Ooh, you're right.
glance
Maybe I
through,
can find another naked
find something a
cover.
little more saucy.
Yeah, when you start looking at this book to see what section it came out of, you don't actually find any labels on the spine, and flipping to the back cover, there's no library card or any stampage inside either.
He's so trusting.
Oh,
This stained book.
baby! Oh wait, hold on. Do I have a book to train him with? Sadly, I do not.
Alas.
Alas. I know I had books at some point, but they're all... Oh, wait, no! I can trade him The Shining Sands. I've read it.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know what book that is, but go for it.
It says The Shining Sands, fancy book that looks like a romance novel. Done.
You got it on Feral. It was a smutty book from
Actually,
Feral.
I have a book I could donate. Not for him specifically, but I've had this book since like session 5 or something. Is it possible to just donate a book?
Sure, yeah.
I
I mean,
what's written as Astron poetry book stolen from Venus Theron's library.
oh, I forgot you took
I
that.
still have that. I can't read it, but it's apparently a very nice poetry book.
Do you not have comprehend language?
Nope.
Oh.
Wait, what's it in?
Astron,
Oh, okay.
which is old campaign stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't come up much.
I mean, if they'll take it, I'll donate it. I can't read it, and it's been sitting in my inventory for 2 years.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you broached the topic with Eliakim, and he's like, I mean, yeah, no, the archive will gladly take copies of any rare or unusual books you might have. Astern poetry, huh? Yeah, that's can't read that myself, but
Someone here probably
gotta
can,
be-
right?
yeah, somebody could probably figure it out. That's cool though. Where'd you get it?
Found it.
Roll deception.
I mean, that's true, technically.
In a house that somebody owned
27.
that I took from them. 27.
Yes.
Yes, he found it. He didn't say anything about what he
Yeah,
did. with
Eliakim's
that.
like, wow, that's a good find, and
Yeah.
he'll just like put it on the on the counter.
Does it have a title or anything? Because it'd be interesting to go like read it once that someone here has translated it.
Sure.
Just something I could note that like I go.
Yeah,
look at this book.
you could note down the title.
Hey, Noel.
Hmm?
And this is whispered. Do you think he'll turn red if I offer him a squid pop?
I don't think so. I don't know if they allow food and drink in here though.
Please, no food and drink in the archive.
That's it. I knew it. That makes sense. There's a lot of expensive books here.
Darn.
Alright. I think we need to go, because it's super late.
Yes, I mean, I feel like we've been at this for what, 3 hours?
That feels like we've taken so much time to do this.
Sure, yeah. Is it cool if they take? And the chief archivist is just like, yes, they're fine. The cardinal said so. Eliakim's like, oh, cool. All right, well, yeah, guys, just take care of your books, bring them back safe and sound, and I guess I'll see you around. Yeah.
Yes. I'll definitely return this to you in the same condition that I got it.
That's how you should definitely treat all library books. Yep. Please do that.
I guess we head
Bye.
back to the base. Like a half mile out. I would also
Definitely dark out by this point.
Yeah.
But even with that, the lights shining out of the planar anchors all around the city are kind of almost a second like daylight kind of around, like overhead, kind of shining down
It's like
onto
being in a big
the city.
at night.
So bright.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yep.
The lights never go out in Hallovale.
It's like I'm up the sun's asshole.
And even as you leave the city, kind of once you got some distance from it, like it's almost like it's sort of like encapsulated in like a snow globe of light almost, just constantly shining on that hill, even as you get further and further from it.
I would say on the walk back, just kind of a little bit, maybe not haunted, but just like thinking back on the words that the last the archive head, what was her name? But the intensity that she spoke with about Burberry's, the danger that Burberry had put themselves in by doing what they did. I think just
Right.
Unprompted, we'll just like lean over, give Burberry a hug, and just say, I hope that we're strong enough to save you, Burberry.
Burberry, pauses awkwardly and then hugs you back and says, hope I don't need saving. But thank you for coming with me today. It means a lot.
I know.
And hey, I was here too!
I know how important it is. And I know what it's like to be stuck in a form you don't necessarily want to be in.
Well, I like the form you're in now. Whatever that's worth. And also,
Well, it's nice knowing that I have people. It's nice to have a family.
Really is. You think
Would you like to go buy that patissier?
they are closed?
Not for money, they aren't.
Smash cut to the front door of the patissier in Freeport. They're fucking closed.
Where the lost emeralds open up.
No, I'm like, I'll pay you 20 gold to make me.
Yes!
Like
Turn
walking
into
down
those,
the
like,
stairs in
awful
his
divas.
nightgown.
As I said, not for money, they're not.
You hear his wife. What? They said they'd pay 20 gold. Alright, but I'm not happy about it. Anyways, you guys will get back to the fort and will be let in. There is a different kind of guard in charge of the teleportation circle. When you get back, Corporal Lansing is off duty, but he will have been informed that you were due to come back, take you down there, and you guys will be allowed to step into the Freeport circle without issue.
Okay.
Very quickly, instantaneously, back home.
I'll go back to the Presidium.
Alright. It's quiet, and most everyone has already gone to bed. I think you would find Barnaby and John there, but Lauren, if I am not mistaken, is not back yet. Is that true? So what is Lauren up to?
He met this somewhat vaguely hunky or that was somehow very far away from.
Lauren is in the woods.
Okay.
Got it.
Letting off some steam.
Just still working through her shit.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do it now, because it's literally like 10 minutes until... So.
That's okay.
Well, I don't know how long it's going to take. So, I don't want to... I don't know.
Okay. I mean,
as long as it doesn't take like an hour, I don't mind. I mean, sat there with Shepard on for 3.5 hours. It's only fair.
I did not intend for that to take long. You can do whatever you need to do, and I will. I'm fine. I'll be here.
I'm good with whatever. John hasn't done really anything, so but John doesn't really have anything to do either.
Yeah. Lauren was gonna cast Dream.
got it.
We're gonna fulfill
Okay.
Dream.
So who are we casting Dream on?
Who do you think? Varys.
You should cast on yourself.
Oh. Okay.
Lauren wants to work through some steam.
So you cast Dream on Varys.
Yep.
To clarify, you've been in the woods all day, just like breaking things, casting spells.
Yep.
Deep into the night, and now at like nearly midnight, Aloran's like, I'm gonna cast Dream on Varys.
Yep. She's still angry.
Okay. What does the dream look like when he appears in it?
Probably a little stormy.
Stormy.
Honestly, not much going on. Probably just like a beach or something.
A stormy beach.
Yep.
Okay. I think you give the space shape and then make your connection to Varys, and you find that he falls into it fairly quickly. Seems he was already asleep. He takes shape in the sand just a bit in front of you, and seems to, it's almost as if he was kind of like dreaming of walking somewhere already, and his like kind of continuing his stride before he like blinks and realizes like the scene's changed, and then he realizes you're standing in front of him, and his face immediately kind of goes sour. His nostrils flare. You're back.
She'll just give him a little wave.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I don't think she's actually talking. I think she's just kind of watching him.
He sees that she doesn't answer him, and he kind of just gives a slow, kind of circling walk around her, kind of half-stepping into the surf. Kind of stops once he's behind her. Watches her for a reaction.
I think she's just keeping an eye on him, basically. Just her head's looking over her shoulder.
He like squints and starts scrutinizing you, and then he starts looking around at the beach. And you see him kind of like clocking each rock, each tree, you know, the kind of hazy tree line in the distance behind him, the, you know, stormy horizon off in the distance, out at sea. Almost like he's trying to get a sense of like where he's at. Like where have you brought him? What does this place mean? And he begins to kind of like wander around the beach slowly, kind of sussing it out.
I don't even think it's a specific place.
I don't know that he would be able to glean much detail, given what you said about it's a stormy beach. You know, pretty nondescript. I think after maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, even, he eventually kind of turns back to you and kind of calls out through the rain. Is this all you brought me here for? What is this?
What do you mean?
And he'll kind of close the distance a bit, kind of square off with her. Why are you here?
I'm not here to talk.
And again, he's just scrutinizing.
I mean, I'm sure he probably could figure out that she's... seems a little angry. I'm a little frustrated.
Maybe some pent-up aggression?
Yep, pent-up aggression, you know, all the feelings. Just like a little cacophony.
He looks like he might be kind of assessing again. Kind of piecing together your excuse me, emotional state there. And again, he kind of does another circle around you, just kind of like sizing you up. And again, leery of the surroundings of this storm overhead.
I wouldn't say the storm's like overhead. I feel like it's stormy over the ocean.
Got it. Okay.
It's not actually like raining on them because I don't think Alorn wants to deal with that.
Fair. Okay, so leery of the storm on the horizon. And I think after another minute, he kind of stops in front of you again and crosses his arms, and he asks once more, "Why are you here?"
And again, Lauren will repeat, it's not to talk. And her arms are kind of probably like crossed over her chest.
You see his like nostrils kind of flare a little bit, and I think he's going to take a step forward and try to shove you with like both hands. Is he even able to?
Yes.
Okay, so you feel the impact. You kind of stagger back a couple steps. He straightens up and he just kind of looks at you like, "Are you trying to pick a fight? Is that what this is?
No, not
As
really.
if a fight would mean anything in here."
No, I didn't want to fight. That would be pointless in here, you're right.
And again, he squints. And again, he says, "Why are you here?"
I think she'll materialize a little dagger and toss it to him. Probably the dagger that she remembers seeing.
So that dagger hits the ground, kind of falls into the sand at his feet. And you see his eyes kind of widen almost in surprise as he looks down and recognizes it and looks back to you. And there is some serious confusion on his face and in his voice now
Perfect.
as he asks, "What is this?"
I'm sure you use that dagger for fun sometimes.
Cocks his head, again, eyes wide. "For fun."
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to slowly bend down to pick up the dagger. "You're here because you want to have some fun."
Mm-hmm.
You see his grip tighten around the hilt as he takes a step towards you. And you see him start to kind of smile, eyes again wide. "Oh, I'm sure we could have some sort of fun." And he's going to attempt to like run and stab you with this knife, just like full force.
I think she'll try to dodge it.
Okay, so he's going to try to hit you.
Actually, wait, no, I'm just gonna stand there. I'm
You're
just
gonna
gonna
stand
do it.
there?
I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, he fucking plunges his dagger deep into your belly. I don't know what happens because you control the dream space, so you're kind of in charge of the responsiveness of his
DM.
VR experience. Yeah.
Lauren will take out the dagger. She'll probably wince a little bit. Then she'll like pull it out and just be like, "I have a pretty high pain tolerance, Varys."
Is the dagger even bloody?
Yeah.
He's gonna try and pull it out of your grip and try and stab you again.
Nah, she's gonna hold it.
Okay. He's gonna make an athletics check to try and get the dagger back.
Do I need to make an athletics check?
Yeah. Athletics,
I'll do
to keep your grip on it.
16.
16. That's probably gonna beat his. Varys' stats are
Somewhere.
loading.
Sorry, guys. She's just trying to fuck him, but this is not turning out like.
Wait,
she
you got a
wanted it to.
15?
16.
Damn it, he had a 15. Fuck. Okay. He does not manage to wrest the dagger out of your grip, and he like wrestling, like trying to pull it free so he can fucking stab you again. Like he is desperate. There's like a crazed look in his eye, just to bury that dagger into you again.
I feel like she's like, is that the only fun you want to have?
He does not necessarily answer, but he's going to try and pull the dagger free of your grip again. Ooh, that's better.
Oh, I failed.
So that is a 22.
You hit? Yeah, that'll hit.
Well, no, that's just to get the dagger free.
Oh yeah, no, he got it.
Yeah, he
I
got
rolled
his
a
dagger.
2 plus
Now
5.
he stab.
What's the hit?
Fuck. Not great.
I have a 20 AC.
Oh, a 20? Fucking hell. Yeah, he's not hitting. That's a 14.
Cool.
So he takes a swing at you, and you like backstep. He takes another swing, and fuck, it's a fucking 17. So again, he misses.
Perfect.
Each swing, he looks a little bit more crazed, a little bit more wild. The last one is a fucking 18.
Nope.
And eventually he just fucking screams and throws the dagger as hard as he can out into the ocean.
Cool.
And then he rounds on you.
Cool.
And just lunges with his fist.
Oh, so he's just fist fighting?
Yeah, he's just running at you with open, like a closed fist.
Cool.
That's a fucking... God damn it. That's a...
Just keep rolling him. Let's see if one hits.
Come
She's
on,
just
but...
sidestepping
Okay,
the fuck.
there's a
Just
nat
holding
20
the DM hostage.
and a 21. There. He gets a couple hits on you.
Oh, hi. What is that?
So you take probably like fucking, what, 4 damage or some shit?
The
Probably.
timing. He gets a couple hits on you. Oh, hi.
Time for the
Yeah. So he's just swinging. Like he's just fucking throwing fists. Face, body, like whatever he can reach. What's Lauren doing?
Lauren probably will be like, do you really want to keep doing this?
And now he reaches for the throat. And he is going to try and grapple you. Fuck. 11.
Cool.
He's rolling like fucking dick.
Cool. Lauren's like, really?
You're like just batting his hands away. He's like scrambling to get a hand around your throat.
Yeah.
18.
No, I have a 20.
Well, this is a grapple check, so
Oh,
it's got to
grapple.
be athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah. That's a 9.
Okay, so hands on throat. He starts to squeeze. Anything from Aloran.
I feel like she's like, can we just not, please?
He is going to attempt to sweep the leg.
Is it athletics?
It's a fucking 8 again.
Let's...
He's rolling so
Oh.
fucking bad. This is
okay.
like when you're actually asleep and you have a dream that you're in a fight and you're throwing punches like you're underwater.
They're just like.
Well, you wanna know
passing
what's
through
funny?
Lauren.
As that I rolled a 2, and my athletics is a +5.
Oh shit, he actually
He
succeeded.
did it.
Actually succeeded.
He does it. It's a clumsy sweep, but he knocks you off your feet. You are prone and pinned and being strangled now. And he is just like, his eyes are wide. You can see like sweat like beading on his face, like veins bulging in his forehead. And he is just tightening his grip as hard as he can.
Cool. So he's just like beyond reason now.
He is desperately trying to kill you right now.
Perfect. Okay, Lauren's just gonna roll her eyes. And she is going to wild shape.
Into?
I really want to do an air elemental and then strangle the fuck out of him. But then that could be too much information, so we're not going to do that. So we're going to turn into a big bear.
Okay.
And she is going to pin him down.
So for a second, he's on top of you. He's bearing down all of his weight onto your neck, and then a second later, this bear fucking underneath him flips over. I'll say go ahead and give me an athletics check for the bear.
Would it be its strength or?
Yeah. Strength.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. I have to pull it. This is depressing. Lauren just wanted to bang one out.
Wrong kind of bang.
Yeah,
More things.
I get very upset. Oh, it's still a +5, so that is a 23. A 22. 22.
With a 22, you're actually gonna beat him. I was proud of that roll too. That was a 16. I was like, fuck, I got her. I'm getting away. But no. So he is suddenly reversed onto the ground under this bear. What are you doing?
I feel like she's just gonna put one paw on his chest and then sit down and wait for him to calm the fuck down. Or maybe, no, I think she'll roar in his face. How about that?
Alright, so you roar at him. And he, like, just... like, jaw dislocated fucking, like, screams back at the bear. Like, you guys are just fucking face-to-face screaming at each other at this point.
Cool.
He's gonna fucking start pounding his fist against the paw and try to get free. God damn it, Ferris.
It's just so
I think
pathetic.
the bear's just like, "Are you done yet?" That's literally all she's doing is like, "Are you done yet?"
He's a bear, though. Well, I guess it's
It's her
dream
dream.
space, so you could say through the bear, it's just like,
Yeah.
are you done?
Yeah, I think she'll probably say it. Be like, "Are you done yet?"
Ferris is just like, why won't you just... He's breaking the fuck down. Like, biggest fucking tantrum.
Why do you want me to leave so bad?
And it's like half choked out in this like hysterical half sob, half scream. Like, I can't kill you here. I can't do anything to you here. Why are you here? You know, just seething with anger and this lack of control.
I let you stab me. I let you hit me.
And he's still thrashing and just swinging fists.
I wanted to do one thing
Furious.
specifically, but I don't know if you're into that right now.
It's like biting the fucking arm of the bear. Like trying to get like swinging his lower
I feel like
body.
she's like, "Man,
trying
this
to get
energy
leverage to
would
his
be
chest.
great for what I had in mind." The fuck?
He's like kicking his legs, trying to get them around your neck to like try and get some leverage. And just flailing sadly. Like, I'm
Still
not even
flailing.
rolling at this point. He's
Okay.
rolling like fucking garbage.
I feel your pain, bro.
I feel like a Lauren would probably egg him on a little bit. Well, I feel like even if we were in a dream world, you couldn't kill me. Not anymore.
And he just like spittle just flying out of his mouth, like just like, fuck you! He's just swinging and biting and kicking. Just beyond reason.
So I was gonna put him in a little black box. Let him calm down.
You just put him in a box.
Lauren just like backs off, lets him go.
And he like scrambles to his feet, like kicking up sand in every direction as he's trying to get some footing to start charging again.
I feel like a Lauren is just gonna fucking yell at him and just be like, just fucking stop, Jesus. Try to do like an intimidation thing or something. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, give me an intimidation check.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. That is a 21, almost a nat 20.
Damn. I think screaming at him back, he definitely like kind of freezes in his gait and like blinks like wide-eyed, almost shaken out of it for a moment.
So she's just like, will you just calm the fuck down? Jesus. I thought I was angry. I just destroyed part of a fucking forest. Clearly angrier than me.
You took everything from me! He fucking screams across the beach.
I feel like she's like, I've been looking for a reason to break you out all this goddamn time. And you've never given me an opportunity to do it. Because I could, if I fucking wanted to.
You're the reason I'm in here in the first place!
Well, I'm sorry. My boss showed up because I was gonna let you fucking go. And then he popped up and that changed all my fucking plans.
I'm sure it did.
She's not lying.
He doesn't fucking believe you. He's got this, like, just sneer on his face at this point. And again, he squares up, he starts pointing. He's like, you were on Daggermore from the first day with ill intent. You came for Bloodbeard and you destroyed everything I had been working for. Now I'm in a fucking cage.
As I said, that last part was not actually how I wanted things to go.
You see him kind of straighten up a little bit. The brows kind of furrow. And there's this mingled look of confusion and disgust on his face. And as he looks at you, he asks, do you even care what you did? What you did to me, to us?
Wait, what?
Do you
Wait,
do you
no.
even know what you've done?
Wait, can I insight check that? What the fuck did that mean?
Maybe he actually liked you and he wasn't planning on stabbing / sacrificing.
I'm curious. Alright, so it's a 16 plus 8.
That's a good number. He was not referring to you in that sentence, for sure.
Okay,
That
I kind of
was-
figured, but
Yeah, that definitely
Well,
felt
would
like
have been funny.
it would have been. I've been
it's like
like,
his people, not you. It was what you did to us. Was how that came out.
and he's talking about like Bloodbeard and Losharog and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Less fun.
I feel like Alorn's like, you never. I was curious. I wanted to know. And then Losharog attacked Freeport, and that kind of sealed the deal. He reached out to me. I gave him an opportunity to talk to me, make out an agreement, and he never took my offer. And I feel like she might actually change the dreamscape and kind of show him what she saw in the mirror when she first saw it. And be like, there are so many paths where I walked down that road.
And he kind of watches that scene of you and him and Bloodbeard and Losharog all standing together, bathed in the red light. And there's a moment where you see his face kind of relax and go almost wistful before he clenches his fist and just kind of growls under his breath. And yet you didn't.
I tried. He messaged me and I told him I would like to make an agreement. And he never got back to me. The only reason you ended up in jail is because Alexi showed up.
He starts just shaking his head.
And she's just like... But here we are.
You had your chance on Daggermore. And you
Okay.
cast your lot.
Okay, let me just clarify something on Daggermore, because I was going to let you go on Daggermore, but you were so concussed and beaten up, I didn't think you would survive getting back before something killed you.
He's just like shaking his head like he can't fucking believe what he's hearing right now.
No, she's like dead ass serious.
I know she is, but
She's
he's
like-
just like, I don't fucking buy a second of it.
Oh, she's
You
like-
could see it on his face.
Okay, I feel like she's like, oh, you want to see what you were like on Daggermore? Do you want to see the conversation that we had?
I remember very
You-
well.
Don't remember shit, I guarantee that. And she will show him exactly his state where he was like all fucking like basically dead.
He is just like, he's not even looking at it. He's just like, why are you still fucking here?
I don't know.
At this point, he's not even looking at you. He's just like looking out over the ocean towards the storm. And all he says is, it doesn't fucking matter. Leviathan's coming. I just wish I could be out there to see it.
You might. You just might be able to.
He just shakes his head.
No, Lauren has lost some confidence for sure. After the Green Warden thing. I'm just like, everyone's afraid and stupid. So, we'll see how it goes.
Your people are weak.
Probably not wrong.
He's gonna start walking out into the water.
Just going. He's dipping.
He's trying.
Okay. Well, this is boring, I guess, so... Cool. That's it. Damn.
You're gonna drop him. Release him from the dream.
Yeah, I think she'll send him off on a nightmare, though.
Damn, okay.
What?
As he has been all night, Ferris rolled like shit. That is a big fat 10.
And cool. That definitely fails. I think Lauren, before she leaves, she'll like talk to him one more time and just be like,
You have 10 words.
well, I don't know.
That was 3. No.
I was gonna say, actually, before I do the nightmare, I want to say one more thing to see. And you're totally okay to reroll the nightmare. But I wanted her to maybe be like, I feel like I come here because I see myself in you. And it drives me fucking crazy. I hoped we could have worked together. Or some shit like that. And be like, you just drive me fucking crazy. And I think I hate you as much as you hate me.
I think when you say that, and we'll say this is exchanged just before he starts to swim away, he kind of looks back at you and he just says, "You and I are nothing alike. You're weak."
I think she'll fucking laugh. Oh, that's perfect. He calls her weak? Ooh, she's gonna do nightmare, and she is going to literally murder him in so many different ways.
Okay.
That's the nightmare.
Sure.
What's
What's your final message to him? You have 10 words to hit him before you dip out.
Ooh, okay. I think it'll start with her just laughing. And I think... Oh, what would she say? I want her to say something fucking like, "Oh, shit."
Devastating.
Yeah. Anybody got some devastating lines? Anybody?
Have fun getting pegged.
No, that is definitely not happening. No.
Barnaby wakes up in a cold sweat. Something terrible has happened.
No, that's not gonna happen. He missed his chance.
I think she'll say by the end of this, after I kill everyone you've ever cared about and the Leviathan, you'll be begging that I had been on your side.
More than 10 words, but I'll allow it.
Me kill friends.
We kill
beg
you,
now.
friends, Leviathan, beg.
Yeah. But yeah,
Got
she'll
there.
just basically say that.
Okay.
And
And for the rest of the night, he's going to dream of you murdering him in 1,000 different ways.
I think she will just kind of show him her destroying everything, and then the last thing he sees before he wakes up is her breaking into his cell to fucking kill him.
Okay.
And this is where Lauren enjoys a very anti-hero arc.
Yeah, I think you leave the trance of the spell, and you can definitely feel the nightmare you created kind of taking hold. He is not getting a good night's sleep tonight.
Wait, can't I technically stay in and see his reaction to it?
I don't think so. I think the way Nightmare technically works is like you send this message, and the fucking phantasm you create in that moment causes a nightmare that keeps him
So
restless.
if I
for the
cast
rest
a
of the
dream
night.
again, though, could I go in and see what was happening?
You're a sick puppy.
Oh,
You're
Lauren's
just
angry.
realizing that now?
She's very sick puppy.
Lauren's got some problems going on.
Leave a Lauren alone.
Therapy!
She just wanted to fuck him, okay? And that didn't happen. And then he
Yeah,
called her
he
weak,
was a
and
little
she's just like,
upset about the whole having his entire life destroyed thing still.
yeah, just a little bit.
Man, why can't they
Okay.
just let that go? I mean, Lauren would know all about that. Her life getting wrecked and then letting go,
That's
right?
true.
Right?
Yep.
Ooh.
The parallels continue to
Lauren
deepen.
was Varys's Leviathan.
That's the name of her autobiography.
I was his Leviathan.
Yeah.
What's bad is I really could see a Lauren trying to go break into the prison and actually just go and kill him the next night.
Okay, I'm not sure that's going to be as easy as it's going to be.
She can figure it out.
Mhm.
And this is where we lose a Lauren.
I don't know what Plutt's expression is saying. He's like excited that he gets to kill a character, I think. That's what I'm reading on his face right now. He's like, I don't want to kill my girlfriend's character, but...
No, or maybe it's a, yes, the roosters have finally come home.
Someone's gonna try and break into you, Madazeth? Oh no. Whatever will I do?
I'm just gonna warn you now, Chani, if you kill your character doing something petty, I will secretly tell.
Secretly what?
Never let her live it down.
That's fair. It's okay. Honestly, I think that's like a threat to him, but by the end of the campaign, she's actually not going to kill him. She's probably going to dream him one more time and be like, I just want you to rot there for the rest of
Oh,
your
she
life.
is gonna make it to the end. She's not gonna sneak in the next day.
No.
Don't. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We don't know if everyone's making it to the end. Okay, slow down.
Okay.
What? I'm not making it to the end.
Yeah,
I didn't
what?
say that either.
I have 69
Lauren's
hit
not-
points. I'm not making it to the end.
Oh, trust me, you're making it to the end one way or other, Noel.
Burberry's like, I'm not gonna let this fucker die.
Nope.
I will carry
You
this
breathe
corpse
on
across
her
the
lung,
finish
She
line.
falls over, but
Look,
she is
I have
not
been
gonna
carrying-
stay dead.
I have been carrying around the finger of somebody since I accidentally got him murdered. What makes you think that you, who I actually care about,
That's
Whose
fair.
finger do you have?
Marcos?
This is how you guarantee your character lives to the end. You are best friends with the cleric.
Marco.
Yeah, he was that spy that I got murdered.
Oh, the guy who got thrown off the
yeah.
roof. That's right.
Wow, what a fucking throwback.
I forgot about Marco.
Yep,
I don't remember this at all.
I have a finger bone.
It was in the Daggermore arc, right?
Yeah, Pi threw him off a roof.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Burberry
You
still
saved
has
his finger?
Yeah.
He's saving his finger.
That's so fucked.
Look, I
Wait
don't
until
have
he gets to resurrection.
exactly. Or at least like I don't know. Maybe I could make No Eyes out of. She possibly gets the reincarnate.
What's the material cost for true resurrection? Like, it's got to be high.
20,000
It's
gold.
expensive.
It's expensive.
What did you say it was?
20,000 gold.
Choof.
Which we do have.
Yeah.
It's
I don't
We
think you
can't
need
cast
true
it.
resurrection. I think you just need regular
waste
resurrection,
on a
right?
guy that got randomly killed way back in
Oh, it's
Daggermore.
like someone's eaten by the Leviathan. That's where you might need a true resurrection.
Yeah, that's fair.
I thought you still need a piece of them or something
No,
like that.
not for true resurrection. That's the
What's the one that you still need a piece for him, but it's lower than
I think it's
true
resurrection.
Pretty much any other resurrection. Too.
So technically, she could do it with just normal resurrection.
yes.
yeah, but I'm not a high enough level for that one yet.
But the material cost would be lower.
That's why we gotta go to Chaser so we can level up and get some armor for Gerald so he can help us fight the Leviathan.
Yeah, resurrection restores missing body parts. So
But you
Yeah,
need,
the
you
whole
need a body
body
part,
is a
don't you?
missing body part, right?
you need at least a portion of the body.
Oh, there
Is
you go.
there a time limit on it?
I have a finger. I've been
So,
saving it for special
True resurrection I would argue work with resurrection. True resurrection is good when you don't even have the original body
Yeah,
because it's
you need
completely
no
gone.
parts of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know if we'd be around long. High level. So I was
Yeah,
just like,
that's at least level 17.
That's
Yeah.
the end of the game.
So I have a finger.
Yeah. So, having
Basically,
concluded
sum up is Noel's not dying.
Lauren's nightmare sequence,
But you didn't tell me if I could go back in. And what?
I think he just did.
having completed Lauren's nightmare sequence,
Fine.
is there anything else you want to do tonight? Or do you want to stay out in the woods, or do you want to head back to the Presidium?
Oh no, Lauren's staying in the woods.
Staying in the woods? Okay. So I think we will call it there, and we will pick up in the morning on the 37th of this month they're in. But we'll call the session here.
Okay, doke.
That's just as well. We wouldn't have wanted this video to get tagged by YouTube for explicit content.
They don't listen to that
DM
shit.
is looking out for the YouTube channel.
Do we have an MVP vote for this
Burberry.
session?
Burberry.
Burberry. I guess that's pretty
Yep.
clear cut.